Reds have to find a way to get something, anything going here. They only have 2 hits in the game. And we understand that Aroldis Chapman, there he is, up and throwing in a Cincinnati bullpen. That's why you heard the crowd applauding loudly there a moment ago when they put it up on the big screen. Well, for a second consecutive night, we get a look at the 22-year-old Cuban who made his major league debut, just mesmerizing the crowd here last night in a 1-2-3 8th inning. Topping out at 103 miles per hour on the radar gun.
It'll be an interesting time to see what he does tonight. I mean, the bottom line is what he does in the scoreboard. It really, you know, it's more or less a circus look to see how fast he actually throws. But it'll be interesting to see back-to-back nights now. He had so much adrenaline pumping last night. I mean, everybody in the ballpark, it was just electric here. Now, everybody in the ballpark here, at least in the lower section, are all on their feet. I mean, this is still a very special moment, but it will be interesting to see where he touches on the gun and if he'll be able to use them in back-to-back nights like this. Of course, Dusty Baker putting him in a 1-0 ball game here, a lot tighter than last night.
Lorenzo Cain digging in. First pitch fastball at the knees, and like his first pitch as a major leaguer last night, clocked at 98 miles per hour.
You know, he can't be the easiest guy to umpire either.
3 right-handed hitters coming up: Cain, Escobar, and Lucroy. Tapper, boy, rolling. Man, you said it, he is automatic. And Cain jumping on a 102-mile-per-hour fastball there. Rolling is something.
Boy, can he pick it.
I'm sure, like many of you, no matter where you went today, either you brought it up or somebody else around you brought it up about Chapman making his debut. I went over to the elementary school this morning where our kids go, and there must have been 7 or 8 moms that made the comment about it this morning and then later this afternoon. I got 3 text messages from Los Angeles. Friends out there staying up just to watch Chapman come into a game. Wow. There's a slider we saw last night. And it's 0-2 on Escobar. Oh, and 2 on Escobar. And here it comes. Foul away. Cameras all over the ballpark last night. And there's that slider again. Wow.
Boy, this is a slider that you do not see very often. That looks like a Randy Johnson slider right there. Drops it right on the back right foot of the hitter at close to 90 miles an hour. You know how many kids want to throw their fastball at 90 miles an hour? And they work out for years to try to get to that point and never reach it. And here this kid's throwing a slider that hard with minimal effort.
Now Lucroy with 2 down and nobody on, and Chapman going to work on the third base edge of the rubber. One gun says 103. Our gun says 104. 104. I mean, are you kidding
me?
That's
the fastest in the big leagues this year. Got an email earlier today that listed all the players and their pitchers and the fastest pitches thrown in the big leagues. And Aroldis Chapman last night threw one, according to Major League Baseball, at 102.7. Well, he blew that right by that tonight.
8 pitches, 7 of them strikes. Those were his final numbers in the appearance last night. Take a little off at 89. Here comes the gas. Of course, for Lucroy, this is the second time in as many games he's faced him. He struck out last night on a slider.
You know, interesting move by Dusty Baker putting him in this ball game. Close game, but last night he threw to Ryan Hanigan. Tonight he gets to throw to Ramon Hernandez. If you don't put him in tonight and he gets a day off and you catch Hanigan on Friday, you're not sure when Hernandez will get to catch him. So it's a good move to get both catchers a little familiar with him.
Two on Lucroy. Slide piece, seal in.
Oh my goodness.
6 batters. Has retired all 6 with 3 strikeouts. Here we go. Johnny Gomes, Ramon Hernandez, Miguel Cairo.
What do you think of Aroldis Chapman? What do you think Aroldis Chapman is thinking? He comes off the mound like that. Like, is there a higher league somewhere? Maybe not as hard as I thought.
I don't know. When you're blessed with that kind of talent, man, you better do everything in the world you can to maximize it and don't let a shred of it get away. Because, man, he is one gifted cat.
A couple of runs may get him a W right here.
And I bet you that's exactly what he's thinking about. Be nice to get a big league win. For that to happen, obviously, Reds need to get a couple of runs and then nail it down in this inning. Rio to Hernandez, and that's ball 4, so the tying run is aboard with 1 out here in the Reds 7th.
And Ken Maka's coming out. Looks like he's going to make a pitching change.
Baseball, it'll be Joey Votto and the Reds taking on Albert and the Cardinals. Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Gillette returns this week at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Again, a reminder, we will be on Fox Sports Ohio Friday night and again on Sunday afternoon. But check your local listings for the local Fox network station in your area. It's a good look, that lid. Brandon Phillips comes on a pinch run for Ramon Hernandez. The Reds made a couple of roster moves with the rosters expanding here in the month of September. They now have a 3rd catcher up in Corky Miller. They brought up the #1 pick from 2 years ago, Yonder Alonso, big slugging first baseman, left-handed batter, and Carlos Fisher. But Tom Coffey on the mound.
What that does, Tom, is just give Dusty Baker many more options for pinch hitters. If he wants to play a percentage, go lefty versus righty, he can do that much easier now than ever before. But he'll stay with Cairo here.
We might see Yonder Alonso if we get to that #9 spot in the batting order here tonight in this inning.
Or we may see Juan Francisco.
Cairo digging in with 1 on and 1 out. And he smokes one into left center field, and this baby is going to the wall. It'll tie the game. Brandon Phillips will score, and it's 1-1.
Well, that didn't take long for the Reds to tie it up right there. The first batter that Todd Coffey faces. And he throws a fastball right in the hot zone. I mean, Miguel Cairo is all over it. And he splits the seam in left center field and drives a run in and heads up on second base himself. Well, look at Brandon Phillips go.
Now Paul Giannis with a go-ahead run out at second base here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And it's ball 1 low. Brandon Phillips, by the way, by scoring that run, has taken over the league lead in that category. He has one more than Albert Pujols, and of course Brandon has not been playing at all for a week, except for pinch running. But every time they put him into pinch run, he scores. And that's not an exaggeration. And a ground ball back up through the middle, and Escobar dives, throws to third, and Cairo sidesteps the tag. He had overrun the bag, and McGee whiffed.
Man, oh man, you talk about just escaping right there. Not a good play by Cairo at all. And it's a super idea by Alcinos Escobar, and he just avoids the tag. Casey McGee falling all over himself trying to put that tag on him. Thunk.
So Ryan Hannigan is going to be the one to come up and bat against Todd Coffey rather than a left-handed batter. And really what's going on here is, you know, Dusty Baker is saying, okay, would I rather have this particular right-handed batter against this right-handed pitcher, or one of my left-handed batters against a left-hander who would come on from the bullpen? Go ahead, run at third. They're on the corners with 1 out, 2 and 1 on Ryan Hannigan. In the air, left field. Oh, baby! 3-run, big fly. Hannigan gets finished high-fiving everybody. He's going to get a curtain call.
I mean, that is a spinner of a breaking ball, and he is all over it. Boy, we don't see Ryan Hannigan hit the ball that far. This ball went into the upper deck and then bounced back onto the field. What a wallop. Wow.
Aroldis Chapman has a chance tonight in his second major league game to get his first major league win. He had a 1-2-3 7th inning, striking out the final 2 batters in the inning. Off the outside corner, 3-1 on Drew Stubbs. Todd Coffey does not retire a batter. Gives up the 3-run home run to Hannigan. Reds, of course, have the best record in all of Major League Baseball during the month of August. 19 wins against just 8 losses. They have the second best record in Major League Baseball since the All-Star break. Only Minnesota has been better. And that is only because Minnesota has played 2 more games. They've lost the same number of games. But this Reds team, man, oh man, oh man. 3 weeks ago today, the Cardinals defeated Bronson Arroyo on a Wednesday afternoon to pull off a 3-game sweep. Everybody and his brother across America said the Cardinals will take off and the Reds are all but dead. Well, nobody down in that clubhouse believed it, because ever since then, the Reds are 13-4, and they have gained 8 games in the National League Central. They've gone from 1 down, and with a win here tonight, they would have a 9-game swing and be 8 ahead with 30 games to go in this season. Are you believing? Are you believing? Instead, he draws a walk. Since going to his bullpen, Braddock, the 3rd pitcher to come on in relief of Narveson in this inning. And not one of the 3 has retired a batter yet. One and 2 to Roland, and Braddock ready. Shot into right field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Heisey. And Hart bobbled the ball. 2 runs will score on a base hit by Roland. And the Reds are rolling. A 6-run 7th inning. And they're rolling to an 8-game lead in the Central Division.
You can't say it any better than that time. They are rolling and rolling right along. Opposite field base hit. Drives a couple in, or drives 1 in. And Brewers relievers are still trying to find it out in this inning. They did get a couple. They're scoring so fast they can't keep up.
You know, look, the Reds might have, and all they need is 3 outs for an 8-game lead in the division. But you want to go in there and play well this weekend. I mean, people would say, yeah, you get swept, you're only 5 games, you're still 5. You know, forget that thinking. That's nonsense. You want to go in there and play like a division champion plays against a rival. And hopefully the Reds can find a way to play a lot better than the last time they played against St. Louis, because that was 3 games of dominance.
Well, they can certainly go in there and play much more relaxed. And I think they played a very tight series. But the bottom line is on that series that the Cardinals threw pitching at the Reds that they simply couldn't handle. Maybe they were a little tight. Maybe they tried too hard. Maybe they thought there was too much pressure on them at the time. But they certainly have taken command of the division in the meantime. And you go in there and you play like pros. I think that's the way you go about it.
Ground ball, and this will do it. The Reds cap off a 5-1 homestand with a 3-game sweep over the Milwaukee Brewers. The 8th series sweep for Cincinnati this year, which is tied for most in the National League. But far more importantly than anything else, at the end of play on this first day in the month of September, the Reds sit atop the National League Central, 8 full games ahead of second place St. Louis.
A team win. Coming from behind, Johnny Cueto pitched a fine game for 6 innings. But this ball club came behind, and a monstrous home run by Ryan Hannigan set the tone. Played great defense. A 3-game sweep before the Reds hit the road for St. Louis and then Colorado. Stay tuned. A lot more fun baseball coming up.
Aroldis Chapman, his first major league win tonight. in a 6-1 Reds win.
As we welcome you to Busch Stadium, and a huge series going on, and Fox Saturday Baseball here to present the Cincinnati Reds against the St. Louis Cardinals. And at this point, despite the Cardinals winning last night, the Reds have taken control with a 7-game lead in the National League Central Division. Meanwhile, the Cardinals in a survival mode are 5.5 games in the wild card race behind the Phillies. And we welcome you, Dick Stockton, along with Tim McCarver. Ken Rosenthal is here as well. And when the Cardinals swept the Reds in Cincinnati early in August, well, since then the Cardinals have faltered, the Reds have skyrocketed, and this race has taken an unexpected turn.
Yeah, there are a lot of people who are surprised that Cincinnati is 7 games in front of the St. Louis Cardinals. The one guy who wasn't surprised, the guy at the beginning of the season, the Hall of Fame manager of the St. Louis Cardinals, Whitey Herzog, said, if there's one team in this division that can overtake the Cardinals, it's the Cincinnati Reds. Was he ever right?
And this rivalry has had just about everything this year.
Boy, I should say they've had fights on the field. They're having 2 guys fighting for the Triple Crown, and Joey Votto and Albert Pujols. You can throw Carlos Gonzalez in there, Cargo of Colorado. It's going to be a very, very exciting September, but the Cardinals certainly have their work cut out.
No question about it, and we'll be watching that Triple Crown race. Carl Yastrzemski of the Red Sox, the last to do it. It's been that long. But the Cardinals had Ducky Medwick back in 1937 to win the Triple Crown in the National League, and right now it's a battle with Albert Pujols and Joey Votto going on it. So it's going to be a Triple Crown showdown as the Reds face the Cardinals. In the second game of their 3-game series, the Cardinals winning last night by a score of 3-2. And today's Reds starting lineup is brought to you by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. Brandon Phillips leading off at second base. Orlando Cabrera back in the lineup after missing 27 games. He's at short. Joey Votto will be at first base. Scott Rowland will be at third. Ramon Hernandez behind the plate. Johnny Gomes is in left field. Drew Stubbs is the center fielder. Chris Heisey will be in right. And Travis Wood, the rookie left-hander, on the mound for the Reds, facing Adam Wainwright, who is trying to break a 3-game losing streak. First time he's experienced 3 losses in a row in his career.
One of those losses was at home. His only loss at home. He's 11-1 here at Busch Stadium with a 1.42 earned run average. One of the best curveballs in the game. He's lost 3 straight, as Dick said, and there's that remarkable earned run average at home.
Adam Wainwright, 17-9 on the year. Tied for first with the most victories, along with Ubaldo Jimenez of Colorado. Here is Orlando Cabrera hitting .260, 3 homers and 37 runs batted in. Suffered that strained oblique and was sidelined for 27 games. And a line drive off the glove of Feliz into left field. And a sharp base hit for Cabrera, and the Reds have their first base runner.
Talking to Dusty Baker before the game and asking him if Cabrera was ready, he said, I really have no idea. He had 3 rehab at-bats in Dayton. I think swinging that first fastball, he's ready.
And here is Joey Votto, who is certainly ready. Second in the league, hitting .323. Tied for third with 32 home runs and leading in the RBI race with 97. 1 more than Albert Pujols. And the first pitch grounded to second. Aaron Miles goes through him into right field. And Cabrera will go to third. And charging into second base, the throw not in time. And the Reds have runners at second and third with 1 out.
Adam Wainwright could be out of the inning. Ball right through the legs of Aaron Miles. So not only an error, but Cabrera to third base. Votto hustling around. Great base running by Joey Votto to make it to second base.
And Scott Rowland, the former Cardinal, with an opportunity here to get the Reds in front, hitting .297 with 19 homers and 78 runs batted in. And he doesn't. And the pitch low and outside, ball 4, and that'll load the bases. So after getting Brandon Phillips chasing on a curveball for the first out, Cabrera with a sharp single, and then the error by Aaron Miles, and the bases loaded with one out, and Ramon Hernandez coming up. And this is the 0-3 mark in the last 3 games that Carpenter, or I should say Wainwright, has experienced.
It's an odd lineup for the Reds today. They have their first 4 infielders hitting in the first 4 spots. The catcher hits 5th, and the 3 outfield positions hit 6th, 7th, and 8th. Very unusual, but caused by Dusty Baker because he is missing 3 left-handed hitting outfielders.
And Jay Bruce, of course, unable to play. They hope he gets back soon. Here's a curveball, over for the strike. Hernandez hitting .302 with 6 homers and 42 runs batted in. Cabrera is at third, Votto at second, and Scott Rowland has the lead at first. Inside 1-1 now to Hernandez. Adam Wainwright lost to the Washington Nationals in his last start on Sunday, giving up 4 runs in 5 innings. 1-1 pitch, slowly hit to shortstop. Ryan will make the only play. That's the first base, and the run scores. So Cabrera comes across, and the Reds lead 1-0. Votto moves to third, and Rowland to second base. There are 2 down.
It's one of the quirky things about baseball. When you say having hit a ground ball double play to get out of the inning, you want him to hit it hard enough. So if you don't make a pitch where he hits it hard enough, something like this happens, he gets a cheap RBI.
So Hernandez with his 43rd run batted in, the Reds lead. Runners at second and third, and Johnny Gomes, who has 15 homers, 72 runs batted in, including an RBI last night, checks a swing, and the pitch is inside, ball 1. Larry Vanover is the home plate umpire. Jeff Nelson is at first, Mike Carlson at second, and Jeff Kellogg, the crew chief, is at third. And this is the same umpiring crew that worked the 3-game series in Cincinnati. And Tony La Russa coming out of the dugout as Molina talking with Vanover at the plate.
I think home plate umpire Larry Vanover did not get help. I believe that's what Wainwright was talking about. That's why Molina turned around and talked to him. I think that's what's going on. Did he go around? Did Johnny Gomes go around? The Cardinals thought he did.
Nelson did not give a sign.
No, he hasn't. That's right.
So La Russa back to the dugout, and the count 1-0 to Gomes, who's been a .267 hitter and has a home run against Wainwright in his career. Pitches away, and it's 2-0. You're right, it's so unusual to have outfielders batting so low in the batting order.
Yeah, your 6, 7, and 8 spots once again for Cincinnati today because of their lack of left-handed hitters or dearth of left-handed hitters in the outfield available. They have to have 3 right-handers. Very odd.
2-0 pitch and a drive hit to left field. Matt Holliday, and it's over his head. 2 runs will score. And on his way to second and holding at second with a double is Johnny Gomes. And you saw the graphic of how successful the Reds have been when they have scored first. And now they have a 3-0 lead here in the first inning, and Gomes is in scoring position.
A 2-0 cookie by Wainwright to Gomes. But to be fair, Wainwright should be out of the inning. Both runners score easily. Gomes to second. RBI's number 73 and 4 for Johnny Gomes. Remarkable.
And that's under the title of Who Expected This? Travis Wood, who most of his starts have been on the road, and he's been successful.
One of those starts on the road was almost perfect. 8 1/3 perfect innings against the Philadelphia Phillies on July 10th. He learned that changeup in high school. It is so rare to see a 23-year-old left-hander with a changeup. He learned it his junior year in high school, and as we said, he's already flirted with perfection.
And now with one out, the count 3-2 to Pujols, looking to get at least one run back. And he pops it up to the right side of the infield and throws his bat in disgust. And Joey Votto makes the catch for out number 2. So Wood gets the tough Albert Pujols. They like Travis Wood, Ken.
Dick, he turned his career around after the 2008 season when he began training with a famous pitcher from a neighboring town outside of Little Rock, Cliff Lee. Travis Wood was coming off a tough season at Double-A. Lee was coming off his Cy Young campaign. They trained together, they hung out together, they went duck hunting together, and they have ever since.
Something's rubbed off on him, Tim, huh?
Right near Little Rock, the duck hunting capital of the world, Stuttgart, Arkansas.
Sounds like you've been there.
I've been there. What a great shot. Man.
Temperatures got down into the high 50s last night. And you would think, you know, in this area in the Midwest around this time of the year, you'd be in the 90s all the time. It's been a very sizzling summer, but it's beautiful this weekend. And Heisey on the first pitch from Adam Wainwright gets a base hit to left field. That is the third hit of the game for the Reds. So Chris Heisey is aboard. So now the Reds with a runner at scoring position, and Brandon Phillips, who struck out his first time up, now 0 for 5 in this series. Remember, he started that brawl by tapping the shin guard of Yadier Molina. And it was the wrong guy at the wrong time in the wrong place to do that. Got jammed and fouls it down the third base line. It's got a lot of headlines.
A nasty scrum in Cincinnati. There's the pounding of the shin guard. Molina takes exception to it after the remarks Phillips made. Now both benches, both bullpens empty, and the scrum begins. And it was nasty.
And there were a lot of suspensions as a result of that. There's the breaking ball, blocked nicely by Molina. Jason LaRue was suffered a concussion. Johnny Cueto was suspended 7 games.
There's Cueto. He was circled in the lower left-hand corner, kicking Chris Carpenter and Jason LaRue in the face. LaRue suffering a concussion. Carpenter with wounds on his back.
Low and away, and it's 2-1. And LaRue, a valuable backup catcher to Yadier Molina, out for the season. And Johnny Cueto with a 7-game suspension. And he is not here. He's attending to family matters in the Dominican Republic, so he didn't even make this trip to St. Louis. And both managers were suspended for a couple of games, Dusty Baker and Tony La Russa. And Wainwright, keeping the ball away from Phillips, falls behind 3-1 now.
The Cardinals went on to sweep that series. By the way, they won 3 in a row. And since that time, I think everybody in baseball thought, boy, that could be the thing that the Cardinals needed. And the Cardinals swept. They won the first game against the Cubs the following night. Then they faced Zambrano, Carpenter and Zambrano on that Saturday game, a game that we did on August 14th. And since that time, the Cardinals have gone precipitously down, and the Reds have just gone straight up.
Back if you want to take a look. Cardinals had a 1-game lead through August the 11th, and now it's a 7-game deficit, and we're into September. 3 balls and a strike to Brandon Phillips. Heisey with a single, sacrificed to second, and it's a call strike. Phillips was on his way to first, and the crowd lets him know it.
Predictable reaction by the St. Louis crowd. Wainwright gets the call. That ball could have been off the plate.
3-2 to Phillips with Cabrera on deck. Curveball and a shot, and avoiding it is Heisey into center field for a base hit by Phillips, and coming around to score is Heisey to give the Reds a 4-1 lead, and Phillips Gets the booze, but gets an RBI single.
How in the world did Heisey avoid that ball? The ball looked like it went between his legs. He hurdled the ball. He did.
Boy, that's agility at its finest.
That's athleticism. It certainly was. One more time.
That's impressive.
How did miss him?
And Dusty Baker, the manager of the Reds, who's in first place, and of course, with the injury to Jay Bruce, really had to shuffle things around with a minimum of outfielders.
Yeah, well, it's been like that for a while now, about a week now. So, hey, we just got to go with what we got and hope our guys come through. And so far, so good.
Dusty, with this starting time and the shadows coming out, we understand you told Ken Rosenthal that the middle innings could be Chapman time.
Well, it could be, I tell you, because it's going to be hard to see. Because yesterday we had batting practice right around 5 o'clock. So, you get around those middle innings, boy, it's going to be tough to see. So, yeah, it could be Chapman time. Depends how Woody's throwing out there.
Hey, Dusty, thanks very much.
All right, you guys. See you later.
Dusty.
All right.
So Dusty Baker has a chance to become only the second manager to lead a team to postseason for 3 different clubs. Billy Martin did it with 4 teams. 0-2 pitch to Aaron Miles, and it's called strike 3. So twice Aaron Miles has been called out on strikes, and there are 2 down. Streak is at 23, held by James Early, and Travis Wood with a drive, and it is gone. A home run for Travis Wood. His first major league home run, and the Reds have taken a 5-1 lead. With 2 out, Wood hits a drive to left field.
There are 5 members of Travis Wood's family that is here to see him hit his first major league home run. His mother and father, Dina and Jay Wood, his brother-in-law and his brother-in-law's wife, and his wife, Brittany, travel from Little Rock, Arkansas to see Travis Wood not only have a start, but to hit his first major league home run, and you have every reason to smile.
Here is Brandon Phillips, and I think we can say this safely as you see the home run, is that his father, Jay, works for Anheuser-Busch in Arkansas.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is that right?
Yes.
How about that? That's a free pop.
What a tie-in. 1-0 the count to Phillips, who's 1 for 2 with a single and then was caught stealing. Lifts this in the air to center field. Jay calls for it and makes the catch.
Maybe this is the first inning.
It's the first, and the first for Wood. 5-1 Reds. And we're pleased to have with us Walt Jocketty, the Vice President and General Manager of the Cincinnati Reds, whose team leading the Cardinals by 7 coming into this game. And the ironies of baseball, we were talking about that earlier. You were here, very successful World Championship team, and now you're in Cincinnati.
Right, and I enjoyed my time here. It was a great time, got a great run and won a World Championship and in the postseason for a few years, and now I have the opportunity to run another organization and try to do the same thing, and it's been great. We've got a lot of great young talent of good ownership with Bob Castellini and his group that have supported us all along, and it's made it very enjoyable.
1 out on the fly ball to left field.
Walter, what can you tell us? And I saw both of his games on television, as did Dick, this week. His first win on Wednesday night. But this Aroldis Chapman is going to take this sport by storm.
He's a lot of fun, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you, it was so exciting when he came into the game the other night and made his debut. And they put his picture up on the screen when he was warming up in the bullpen, and the people got excited. And then he came in, and it was amazing. It really is. Look at this. It looks like a championship celebration or something. But
it's
he
like
came
a
in
postseason game.
I mean, and he just came in and was dominating. It's going to be fun to watch.
103-mile-an-hour fastball, maybe higher than that, and a breaking ball that was about close to 90.
He had a slider that was devastating. It was fun to see. See it there.
I talked to Bob Gibson last night for about a half an hour, and the only thing he wanted to know was about Chapman.
Oh, really?
He quizzed me for 20 minutes about Chapman. He wanted to know his wingspan. He said, how tall is he? I said, he's 6'4", weighs 230 pounds.
Right.
And it seems like his arms are extra long, like he's got an extra 2 inches on his arms.
But, he has such a free and easy, fluid delivery. It's remarkable. And, you hope that everything goes well for him and continues to be successful.
Bob Gibson doesn't ask about other pitchers often.
No,
right.
That's right.
I know Gibby pretty well. You're right.
So that's a testimony right there. And strike 3, and Feliz goes down. Well, we said that Travis Wood's family was here today, and right now Ken Rosenthal in with his mother and father, Dina and Jay. Ken.
Here we are, Dick, and here is Dina and Jay. They drove down from Bryan, Arkansas, about 6 hours. All right, both of you, I want the answer to this question. What's more exciting, seeing him pitch like this or hit a home run?
Home run.
Home run, for sure. Both of them are exciting, but that was really exciting.
Home run was awesome.
What's it been like seeing Travis ascend to the major leagues this year and pitch so well for the Reds?
It's been unbelievable. It's been so exciting to watch him.
Jay, your thoughts? You've seen him, I'm sure, like Dina, since the very beginning.
We're just sitting back and enjoying every minute of it, every game, and trying to get to as many games as we can. So we're excited for him.
Are you guys superstitious at all?
Very.
What kinds of things do you do?
Well, this is one thing I don't do is when he's pitching, I don't stand up. But so far, so good. He hit a home run while ago, so I'm cool with it.
At home, I can't, once he's on the mound, I can't get out of my chair. I have to sit there till he's through pitching. I can't take any phone calls, can't do anything. So.
Well, now I'm feeling guilty for interrupting you. You guys go sit down, enjoy it. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Dina. Well, actually, Jay and Dina. Guys, back to you.
All right, Ken, thank you very much.
Oh,
Brendan Ryan with a fly ball in the left center field, and Stubbs makes the catch for out number 2. And Aroldis Chapman, the left-hander, has gotten up and will begin to throw.
And Molina couldn't hold up. That looked like a slider out of the strike zone. Or Stavinoa, I beg your pardon.
Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Andrusek, who pitched last night, and Chapman throwing in the Cincinnati bullpen. And they're not afraid to use him in back-to-back games. They did when he came up this past week. 1-2 to Stavinoa, and the count is even. 2 on and 1 out here in the 6th. The Cardinals trying to drum up a rally here, trailing 5-1. Wood now has thrown 86 pitches. And a ground ball to Phillips. Over to Cabrera, the throw to first, and the double play. And that ends the threat. 2 hits, 1 left. And we move to the 7th inning here at Busch Stadium, and Cincinnati leading St. Louis 5-1. And here is today's Verizon game summary. So here's Travis Wood facing Adam Wainwright, who's been tremendous at home, and Wood pitching beautifully in his first career major league home run in the 4th inning. Wainwright giving up 2 earned runs in 5 innings. On the brink of losing his 4th game in a row. Molina grounds it to Rowland. And he's out for the first out in the Cardinals' 7th inning.
Good play by Scott Rowland. In fact, Rowland makes that play look so easy. All in one motion, sucking it up and making a strong throw. I know Molina doesn't run real well, but you just got to feel the excitement. I know this is the visiting team, the Cincinnati Reds, but the excitement with Chapman warming up and knowing what Walt Jocketty was saying in the 5th inning to us, what he did on Tuesday and Wednesday night, the reaction in Cincinnati at the Great American Ballpark. I mean, this young man is the type of guy that you're going to be calling your friends and saying, Chapman's warming up.
Turn it on.
Turn it on. I'll guarantee it. He's almost impossible to hype too much.
And, of course, he's eligible for postseason. He was brought up by Walt Jocketty in time to be eligible for the Reds postseason if they make it.
105 miles an hour at which he has been clocked. And his slider is a 90-mile-an-hour disappearing slider. Folks, if you're a baseball fan, you just can't help but get caught up in this young man's future.
Brendan Ryan with 2 out, nobody on base. And Ryan fouls it off. And, of course, the question for Dusty Baker, how is he with men on base?
Dusty said, I don't know. Nobody's been on against him. I don't know what his move's like.
Ken Rosenthal, more on Mr. Chapman, who we hope to see.
Well, guys, here's something you don't hear about every pitcher. Chapman has vanity plates on his car. 102 mph for his Lamborghini, 101 mph for his Mercedes. And his interpreter, AAA Louisville trainer Tomas Vera, he told reporters yesterday that he texted Chapman's advisor asking for new plates, 104 and 105.
And they may go up even higher before he's through.
That's right.
Travis Wood now has thrown an even 100 pitches. And Chapman is the only hurler throwing in the Reds bullpen. One hopper to Cabrera, gets the force, and that will do it. And we move to the 8th inning. The Reds in front 5-1, trying to even this series at 1 apiece. Rookie Cuban left-hander Aroldis Chapman, and now we can see him making his 3rd appearance of his major league career and the first on the road, Tim McCarver.
And his last warm-up pitch was thrown at 102 miles per hour. That was his warm-up pitch.
And he'll face Aaron Miles, so Mr. Miles will be the first Cardinal to face Aroldis Chapman, who pitched 1 inning in back-to-back games and dazzled everyone and had that Cincinnati crowd, as was indicated by their general manager Walt Jocketty, on their feet.
You know, you try to think about this guy. He startles the senses of experienced baseball people.
Strike 1, 101 miles an hour. Defected from Cuba in July of last year while his Cuba national team was playing in the Netherlands. 1-1.
That was the slider, which is even more devastating than his fastball. 6'4", 230 pounds. Extra long arms.
Fouled off the fastball. That too was 101.
Took up residency in Andorra, which is sandwiched in the eastern part of the Pyrenees between France and Spain, the 6th smallest country in Europe.
Great story of how youngsters get to pitch in the big leagues and want to do it so much. 103 miles an hour, and Miles just got a piece of that one, fouls it, and it's 1-2.
You can see that high leg kick and that great extension.
One-two pitch, a breaking ball up high, 88 miles an hour. That was the slider.
Yeah, he only has 2 pitches, but that slider works when it's down. It disappears on you.
The 2-2 to Miles, and the pitch goes back. Ken Rosenthal, what about Chapman's command?
Well, that was the big question in spring training, really the big question after he signed with the Reds. But Chapman worked with the Reds AAA pitching coach Ted Power and special assistant Mario Soto in the minors. His balance was shifting all over the place, but they got him to keep his head more still, more focused on the catcher, and he's taken off.
And Aaron Miles is thrown out. Cabrera to Votto, 1 away to John Jay. He appeared in 39 games. and struck out 125 batters in AAA, walked 52.
He is the 25th Cuban-born player to play for the Cincinnati Reds. They've had 2 coaches, and they have 1 Hall of Famer, and that, of course, the great Tony Perez, who now works for the Florida Marlins.
John Jay takes inside for ball 1, and Albert Pujols is on deck. So Pujols on deck has been watching Aroldis Chapman and will get his chance. 2-0. Jay has a single and a walk in 3 trips, so he is 1 for 2 officially and has scored a run. Mike McDougal for the Cardinals. And that's down low, and Chapman falling behind 3-0 to Jay. And ball 4 straight pitches, and John Jay gets on base, first base runner. And here comes Albert Pujols after Chapman walks Jay the first time he's had a man on base. This ought to be fun.
El Hombre against the only Aroldist in the history of baseball. The only player named Aroldis against El Hombre. What a matchup.
Pujols is 1 for 3. So 5 straight pitches for balls for Aroldis Chapman. Nick Massett in the Reds bullpen. We showed you Mike McDougal for St. Louis in their bullpen. 5-1, the Reds lead, bottom of the 8th inning. They've out-hit the Cardinals 10-5. Big swing and a miss by Pujols, 100 miles an hour that time. It's 2-1. That was 100 miles an hour as well.
You can see even the catcher, Ramon Hernandez, can't center the ball. If he can't center it, how's the hitter supposed to center it?
So 3 pitches to Pujols, all have been 100 miles an hour, and there's a ground ball gloved by Rowland, goes over to Phillips to throw to first in the dirt, and it's a double play. Pujols hitting into the double play. Second turned over by the Reds today. We go to the 9th. Cincinnati still up 5-1. Take a look at the Cincinnati Reds, and they do have a rich franchise, especially during the days of the Big Red Machine. Last World Championship, Lou Piniella managed them in 1990. 95 was their last playoff appearance. Barry Larkin captured the last MVP for Cincinnati Red, that in 95. Cardinals trailing the Reds 6-1 after St. Louis won last night 3-2. Reds looking to even this series, and a fly ball hit to left center field. And it's the center fielder Drew Stubbs who makes the catch. Molina is retired, and now the Cardinals are down to their last out. Pedro Feliz 0 for 3. So the Cardinals, who have now scored 17 runs in nearly 8 games.
Man.
Rasmus at second, the first pitch call strike.
2 runs a game, you're not going to win a lot of games.
No 1 pitch, and it's chopped. Fair ball, rolling in foul territory, and a great scoop by Votto for the 3rd out, and the ball game is over. And the Cincinnati Reds have defeated the Cardinals to even the series and raise their lead again in the National League Central to 8 full games winning the game 6-1 as Travis Wood, the rookie left-hander, in his first appearance against the Cardinals, worked 7 innings, giving up no earned runs on 5 hits, as the Cardinals, for all intents and purposes, sealed it with 3 in the first inning. 6-12-1 for the Reds, 1-6-1 for the Cardinals, and the only home run in the game, that by the pitcher, young Travis Wood, with a solo homer in the fourth.
The first time that we have seen Travis Wood this year, and a very, very impressive performance by the young left-hander. Strikeouts first. Big double play for him. And on offense, 2 sacrifice bunts. So he had a sacrifice sandwich. Sacrifice, home run, sacrifice.
And with his family in the stands today, enjoying Travis Wood, who right now is down on the field with Ken Rosenthal.
Thanks, Dick. Travis, you pitched the 7 brilliant innings, no earned runs, but let's face it, you took Adam Wainwright deep. How did you do that?
First pitch, he threw a fastball first pitch. I was swinging and made good contact, and luckily it went out.
Now, today's game, you guys obviously have a commanding lead still, but you lose last night. How important was it simply not to give them any more life?
Oh, it was huge today coming out as a team, putting 3 up early on Wainwright, and then we being able to battle and go 7 innings and keep them down, keep us in the lead and stuff. That was huge.
What do you think it was like for them having Chapman follow you?
Well, it was a little bit harder on me. Just a little, though. No, I mean, he's been pitching great since he's been up here, And, I mean, Hunter's hard to hit.
No question. Travis, thank you very much. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Ken. So Travis Wood now 5-2 on the year, and for Adam Wainwright now 17-10, has lost 4 straight decisions. And we'll return after these messages.
What a ball game. That's as good as it gets, September baseball. Matinee, 5-0, comeback, there's nothing better. That's thoroughly enjoyable for me.
6-5, the Rockies sweep a 4-game set against the Reds. Chris Nelson, the rookie pinch runner, first career stolen base, steals home. Rockies down 5. And they come back and win 6-5. For Mitch Williams, my name is Greg Amsinger. What a ball game from Coors Field. Thanks for watching. Cards breaks later tonight, but MLB Tonight starts right now on MLB Network.
Well, the Reds are back in friendly confines of Great American Ballpark after a difficult road trip and a difficult 4 days in Denver against the Colorado Rockies. Cincinnati hoping the home cooking will help as the Reds entertain the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight here at Great American Ballpark. Thanks for joining us at GABP. Paul Keels and Chris Welsh, and certainly not the way anybody wanted the road trip to go, but in the long run, the Reds are still in a superior position.
Yeah, Paul, I guess you're only as bad as the team that's chasing you. And fortunately for the Reds right now, the St. Louis Cardinals have not played all that great either in the last week or so. The Reds did win the one game they needed to win on that road trip. That was a middle game in St. Louis to save a sweep before getting out of there against the Cardinals. But against the Colorado Rockies, when you lose 4 in a row, you're going to come back and you're going to hang your heads. But the standings, from the beginning of the road trip to the end of the road trip, really not all that bad. When they started it, September 1st, they were 8 games up on the Cardinals, and even though they've lost 6 of 7, they have still only 5-game lead. But the big thing is right here, that magic number at the bottom of the screen. That's what we're talking about. And if you make sure that magic number, whether you win or lose, as long as that other team continues to lose, that number goes down, and that's a good thing.
Alan, while the Reds look to get healthy, the Pirates certainly have been their own personal sacrificial lamb this year.
Well, especially when it gets on the road. But against the Reds, man, they really have had a hard problem. I mean, mean, can you believe that this Pirate team actually swept the Reds one series in Pittsburgh? Yeah. Unbelievable. But if you take that sweep away, you know, the Reds are 18-3 against this team. It's a team right now that is trying to find itself. They really don't have a whole lot of direction. Right now, there's a lot of young guys looking to the end of the year, but also looking to next year. And I think that the time is right for the Reds to take 2 or 3 at least against the Pirates. And right now, they're going to run out a guy in Homer Bailey that has owned the Pirates really in his career, a perfect 5-0 record.
Yeah, one of his best performances of the season came in Pittsburgh. More on tonight's season opener when we continue. Bailey with a 2-2 pitch to Tabatani, rings him up. 2 down. 1-2 the count to Neil Walker with 2 outs. See you later, Neil Walker. No score after a half inning here at Great American. Break-even pitch to Alvarez. Got him. 3rd strikeout.
Will be with us for a long, long time.
He sure will. Domet won't be at the plate anymore as he has struck out the Reds. Homer Bailey cooking with gas right now.
And I would listen to Marty Brennerman and the guys and Joe Nuxall on WLW.
Steers. That's strike 3. 2 gone.
6 of them now for Homer.
There he is.
You can take the cowboy home with you.
And you can take that ball to right center field off the wall as Scott Rowland nearly missed a dinger. Heisey being waved around, and he'll come in to tie the game up on an RBI double by Scott Rowland.
It's no secret that Scott Rowland has been mired in quite a slump. Did not drive a run in Colorado the last 3 ball games, but he nearly gets a home run opposite field right here. Chris Heisey booking it around second. Chris Spires going to send him all the way around. The Pirates missed the first cutoff man right here, and that enables Heisey to come home without even a throw.
So the ball game even up at 1-1 on that RBI double by Scott Rowland. 79 is his runs batted in count for 2010. Johnny Gomes at the plate. And a walk down to first base for Johnny Gomes. The first free pass issued tonight by Paul Mahalo. So Drew Stubbs will see if he can't create a little 2-out magic for the Reds with a game tie here.
Stubbs was a strikeout victim his first time up on a breaking ball. A real good slider that Mahalo threw down and inside. But Stubbs showed himself to be very quick on an inside fastball. So I'd imagine this at bat, you know, with a couple of outs, you're just going to try to pitch Stubbs away and make him see if he'll hit the ball the other way.
Stubbs climb in there in the top of the 3rd in Atlanta. Cardinals and Braves are tied at 1. We'll try to keep updated on that through the night here from Great American Ballpark. Cardinals able to get a victory last night. Adam Wainwright, I believe, was the guy that racked up the win there.
Yeah, the Braves jumped out to an early lead off of Wainwright. I think they got 4 runs off of him early, but the Cardinals came back to win that game.
Headed to right field, plunks in for a base hit. Rowland will move in to score. Being held at 3rd base is Johnny Gomes. The Reds with their first lead of the night, 2-1. As Stubbs drives in the go-ahead run.
That's the kind of hitting that will make Brooke Jacoby, the Reds hitting coach, awfully happy. Look at him bring his hands inside right there, making sure that he doesn't try to pull that ball. And that's a breaking ball that's kind of coming into him. He wants to use the whole field, hit the ball the other way. He drops it in there in no man's land in right field in front of Ryan Doman and scores a big 2-out run.
And it looks like the Pirates were better equipped with their cutoff man and getting the ball in. You referred to the missed cutoff throw earlier.
Well, they missed that one too. They just happened to get it all the way into the plate.
Paul Yanish at the plate with 2 on. Looking for his second base hit early in the game.
They play the center fielder around. Look where Andrew McCutcheon is playing in center field, almost in right center there. Thinking that he likes to slice the ball that way. Big room in left center if he can get the bat hand on it.
And he'll plop that one into shallow right. Brings in another run. And an extra base to be taken by Giannis as the ball was misplayed by Doman. 3-1 Reds. And the threat continues.
Well, it all changed for the Reds here in the third inning when they decided to start hitting the ball the other way. Scott Rolen went off the wall for a double. Drew Stubbs goes inside out on a breaking ball for a base hit. And Paul Giannis, true to his spray chart, goes the ball to right field as well. That's the one way you can take away that change-up equalizer. As you stay behind that ball, hit it the other way. He sees Ryan Doman bobble it a little bit. He heads into second base.
They do. 2-2 pitch. Jones rips and misses. So he's gone. 3-1 Reds ahead of the Pirates. Top of the seventh here at Great American Ballpark. And Homer Bailey just trying to continue what's been a good night for him so far.
Yeah, he really is. And it has been a very good night. But his best game of the year was against his Pirate Ball Club at PNC Park over in Pittsburgh. A 4-hit shutout performance.
And Walker misses.
Well, that is the 8th strikeout of the night for the Reds right-hander. That matches his career high with 8 that he got earlier in the year against the Padres. Vanderbilt, well spent.
Rips and misses.
Well, we knew early on that Homer Bailey had his good stuff. I mean, he had a nice, easy delivery and a crisp fastball tonight. Good breaking ball. Despite the fact he looked like he had a stiff neck early on that Paul Lassard took care of. He's got 9 punch-em-outs tonight.
And how great is this going to be for Dusty Baker to see a starter getting this game into the 7th after having to burn through pitchers in the road trip?
Well, it's big, and it's also big on a personal basis for Bailey.
Wow.
I mean, Bailey's fighting for his, I mean, a lot of pitchers are, but I mean, he's trying to make a statement here that I'm worthy of postseason roster contention. You know, the Reds are probably only going to need, 4 starting pitchers. And a couple of them are probably already decided. I would think Arroyo and Cueto, maybe Travis Wood. That leaves another one open. And you're looking at a possible pitch off between Bailey and Volquez, Edinson Volquez. And this young man put up such a last 9 games of the season together last year. A real good string of games.
Lifted into shallow right center, but there's Paul Giannis. 3-1. Reds still on top. For the ones who get it done, like Homer Bailey has gotten it done tonight.
He's made it look awfully easy when he gets the ball where he wants to. I'll tell you that. He's only given up 1 run. That was a home run. And it was on a real good pitch. So 7 innings of no walk, 9 strikeout baseball. That is a career high in strikeouts for Homer Bailey. And he's just rolling right along. 109 pitches on the night through 7 innings.
And there he is, getting a little bit of a breather. Got it where he wanted it.
I'll tell you what, he just continually is able to throw that fastball by righties and lefties. Cedeno may have been sitting back waiting for that breaking ball.
Pressure spot right here with a couple on and 2 out. Rhodes against Cedeno.
And you can see Rhodes after he throws the ball how he bounces on his right leg, on his right foot. He doesn't want to even touch the ground with his left foot. That's how bad that plantar fasciitis is. Right in front of the heel on the very bottom of his foot. You see how he lifts his left foot up right there? I mean, he can hardly walk. But he's out there pitching. I don't really think Dusty Baker wanted to use him, but he saw the meltdown that was happening with Francisco Cordero and had no choice. This guy's a champion. I mean, it is something that has bothered him all year long. They've tried a variety of different orthotics to take the pain away, and nothing has worked. The only thing that will work is taking a couple of months off of it.
Izzy charging. Got it. Bottom of the ninth coming up. Reds and Pirates tied at 3. As we slide along to the top of the 11th inning, and Aroldis Chapman has emerged from the bullpen.
Well, as soon as he opened the gate, the fans here at Great American Ballpark on their feet. They had a big graphic on the big video board here. Chapman, the need for speed, and he will bring it to you. There's no question about that. He's yet to give up an earned run so far this year. He has struck out 5, walked 2 in the 5 games in which he has appeared. And he will face the teeth of this Pirate lineup. The part of the lineup that really did Francisco Cordero in. They strung 3 hits together in the 9th inning. And after a fly ball and another base hit, they chased Cordero, but they had 2 runs to tie it up. Since that time, Rhodes came in to bail out Cordero. Andrusik a perfect inning. And now the hard-throwing Cuban left-hander.
37 of his 71 pitches have reached at least 100 miles per hour on scoreboard's radar guns. And it sometimes resembles a county fair when he comes out there. Everybody wants to see the act.
Well, there's no reason why you wouldn't. I mean, he's the fastest guy in the world. And you're getting to see him live and in person if you're here at the ballpark.
And Jose Tabata is going to get to see him from right at the plate. RBI base hit in the 9th for Tabata that scored the first of the 2 runs for the Pirates that evened the game up. So Aroldis Chapman on the mound. Tabata will be followed by Walker and Jones. Strike 1. 102 mph. Strike 2. Just took a little off of it. One out.
Just blue gas right there. 103. The fans here look at the ball. They hear the pop of the net. They immediately go to the scoreboard to see the radar gun reading. It's exciting.
It is. Neil Walker at the plate. His base hit in the 9th extended his hitting streak to 16 games. Paul Janisch in the hole. 2 gone.
Well, the first 2 batters have seen nothing but fastballs. And I really think that he's got a couple of pitches, the fastball and the slider, but especially the slider, that he can tell a big league hitter, here comes the slider, and I don't think that they could hit it. Not if he throws it the way he wants to. The fastball, yes. I mean, if you know a fastball is coming, a lot of big league hitters can turn it up a couple of notches.
Strike 1 to Garrett Jones.
Yeah, Garrett Jones wants to get that bat on the ball before he sees that slider.
Jones a double in the 7th inning. His 1 base hit of the night.
was the slider. And after seeing it at 100 miles an hour, you throw a 90-mile-an-hour slider. There's just no way your eyes can track it.
Listen to the fans. And a lot of them in the lower section of the stadium are on their feet. Almost tempted Jones.
Well, he pitched yesterday, Aroldis Chapman did. And he came into the ball game second and third. Struck out the first batter he faced, walked the runner and their batter, and then had Carlos Gonzalez, their MVP, hit into a ground ball double play. See you later.
We'll see you in the bottom of the 11th. But the game's still tied at 3. Chris Heisey to lead off the inning. Presley remains in the game. Alex Presley, he is in right field after he came into pinch run for Ryan Doman. And Will Ledesma is the new pitcher for Pittsburgh.
You see Ledesma, he's a veteran. He's been around a while, originally with the Detroit Tigers in 2003. Pitched for them for 4 years before spending some time with the Braves, the San Diego Padres. A couple of years ago, Arizona. Another bunt.
Alvarez can't get it. Heisey on.
Boy, this kid makes it happen, doesn't he? I mean, there are some batters that are just afraid to lay a bunt down because they think they're giving an at-bat away if the guy makes a good play on them. That's not even all that great of a bunt. But he gets a good jump out of the batter's box. They're not looking for it. He took a look down to third base and saw Alvarez playing too deep. He says, you know what? I'm going to take a shot right here. And that's what the Reds needed right there. A little shot of vinegar to get him going. That's what Frank Howard used to call it.
Vinegar. Joey Votto at the plate.
Take a look at Chris Heisey peeking as he comes up to the plate right here. Don't want to make it very noticeable. Oh, yeah. I got you scoped up there, Alvarez. How about I drop one down right here? And there it is.
Joey Votto gets a piece of that one. Been on base only once tonight, and that's when he was hit by a pitch in the ninth. Joey Votto. Will Ledesma. And he's hit again.
Just trying to overthrow the ball. You see Ledesma just open wide up. His front shoulder, his right shoulder is blown way open, and he just never finishes the pitch, and the ball runs up and in on Joey Votto. So back-to-back at bats, it results in hit by pitch. Neither of them direct contacts.
And a slow walk by John Russell to the mound to relieve Ledesma. 3-3 the score, but the Reds a couple on.
They've got a chance in this inning. They've got first and second, nobody out. Maybe that rally cap is exactly what the Reds need. They face a tough customer here, though, in Joel Hanrahan. He's got good stuff. Blazing fastball, 86 strikeouts in 60 innings. I'll tell you one thing, the Pirates, they've got some talent in the middle of the lineup, and they've got some arms down in that bullpen. Where they lack is in starting pitching. And that doesn't matter right now, not to Scott Rowland.
Rowland looking for his second hit of the night.
When you're looking for something in the mid-90s and he drops that off-speed stuff on you.
An RBI double in the third for the Reds' third baseman. Heisey at second, Votto at first. After a bunt single and a hit by pitch. Hanrahan against Scott Rowland. Held up on something that came inside.
And the first fastball that Hanrahan has cut loose there, and that one at 97.
One and two pitch upcoming. Hanrahan to roll. Struck to the left. Bounces in front of Tabata. And holding is the runner at third, Heise.
Now, no use to take a chance right there. Chris Spire filling in for Mark Berry at third base. Took one look at that base hit by Scott Rowland into left field, and he threw his arms up for Chris Heise and said, hold on right there, big fella. With nobody out, we're not going to take a chance. That ball hit very solidly by Rowland, gets to the outfielder quickly, and they get it in on a fly.
You're right, Chris. It got to Jose Tabata in a hurry.
So now Johnny Gomes.
Sacks full of red legs and nobody out. Gomes tonight has been on base twice. A single and a walk. Looked at a called third strike in the second. Swung and missed at strike three in the 10th and grounded out to short in the 5th.
Well, the Pirate outfield has to play very, very shallow right here. Anything more than just a medium fly ball is going to send Chris Heise in. So they're really snug. They're only about 100 feet past the infield cutout. The infield's in, trying to cut the run off at the plate.
Advantage batter right now.
And there is nowhere to put Johnny.
He is 2 for 7 against Joe Hanrahan. Johnny Gomes is.
Now the crowd on fire here. They're all on their feet, every deck. Bases loaded, nobody out, 12th inning. Johnny Gomes up. Hanrahan's got to feel like he got dropped into a shark tank.
Isn't that the truth? 2-1 to count. Broken bat. Cedeno comes home. No! He drops the ball! And the Reds win it! Snyder dropped the ball. And the Reds win it in 12, 4-3. Johnny Gomes with a broken bat offering right up the middle of the diamond. And Chris Snyder couldn't handle the throw.
Well, it doesn't matter how you win them. They don't ask you how, they only ask you how many at the end of the year. And this one snaps a little mini losing streak the Reds had. They put that losing streak together on the road, and they forget all about it here at home. I don't think Johnny Gomes in his career has ever been so happy about having his bat explode in his hand and grounding back to the shortstop. Should have been a play at the plate, but just not been able to be picked clean by Chris Snyder, the catcher. It didn't look like it was in the dirt, but the catcher's mitt not made for that. It hits the heel, as you see. He's trying to get his foot out of the way from the sliding Heise, and the Reds win it 4-3 in 12 innings. Man. Exciting night of baseball down here at Great American Ballpark.
Without question. On the field, Jeff Pecora.
And the fine weather we've got right now is presented courtesy of WKRC. Let's go to Jeff Creighton. Jeff.
Well, the Reds' magic number stands at 17, and they're keeping it interesting. The weather, well, that's going to keep it interesting as well. 76 by that first pitch, 69 by the 7th inning, 67 by that final out. A few showers and storms. Come on, Reds, let's put this thing away.
We'll take the lead from you, Jeff, and there's the man of the hour right there. Aroldis Chapman's giving him a high five. He looks good in the white hat, doesn't he, Chris?
He really does, George. You know, he's happy to be back here at the Major League. The things that they've done. recently. I'll tell you what, that's as good as a fastball as we've seen Edinson Volquez throw in a long time right there. 96 on the black, on the knees.
From other ball clubs who are happy that the numbers came out. Got him. So far has allowed 1 hit and no runs, and his teammates have backed him up with 2 hits and a run. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Swing and a miss. How about Volquez?
It's not really modern day baseball, but the first 4 are ones that you really ought to consider. Rose's hits, strikeouts, home runs.
Neal bounced to second, fly to left. 16-game hitting streak on the line. In the dirt. They'll get him at first. Throw a strikeout in services yesterday. Jeff Gowen from Fox. Out west came people from all Pittsburgh. And he got through his speech. He had trouble getting through it in Cooperstown, but he and Mylene got through it. And a great honor for a great man, Bill Mazeroski. What a night so far for Volquez. He strikes out the side in the 7th. We'll keep it right here as we honor America. Here's Joe Zierhusen. So the night is over for Morton, and the night is also over for Edinson Volquez. He's pitched brilliantly tonight. He's allowed only 1 hit and no runs.
Well, the good news, I think you hear in the crowd as they are notified of it on the scoreboard, the Braves beat the Cardinals 6-3 on a 3-run walk-off home run by Alex Gonzalez. So the former Red helps out the Reds again, and the Cardinals continue to reel.
Now the Reds have struggled a bit this month. The good news has been the Cardinals have struggled more.
Make that magic number 16.
And make the lead right now 6.5. If you joined us late, the Cardinals did lose today. Atlanta won 6-3 in 12. So the Reds right now a 6.5 game bulge. Votto has it. Chapman there taps the bat. 1 away. Some people takes 5 steps to get the first. Takes this guy's 3, Chris.
He's all legs and arms.
I mean, his stride is like Randy Johnson. He reminds you a little bit of J.R. Richard in his young prime when J.R. first came up in Houston. What a majestic specimen is this young left-hander. I mean, you look where his stride ends. It's like an antelope. Imagine being a pitcher following him for the hole that he digs on the mound. If you're a lefty also, Chris. If you had to follow him on the mound, you'd be looking at 2.5 feet ahead of you, where his stride would end.
You're exactly right.
Slider at 87. Here's Pedro. Alvarez flied out, and struck out. He became the 10th strikeout victim of Edinson Volquez in the 7th. 2 away.
Well, he got the fastball was the pitch that he gave up the base hit on, but that slider, George, and we have said this before, and we'll say it for a long time. I hope that you can almost tell a hitter that pitch is coming, and it's so fast and so wicked that it's tough to track it, much less try to put your bat on it.
He made a great comment the other night. I think I'm not sure what night it was, but there's some pitches they are easy to pick up. He gives you great deception, and then the ball just drops off the corner. Explain tracking. Explain what you mean.
Well, I mean, the human eye, you're used to, as a batter, to see a ball come out of a pitcher's hand, and you have to estimate where it's going to be, because you really don't see the ball at impact. I mean, any hitter that tells you that probably maybe sees it in his mind's eye, but you estimate where it's going to be when it's about halfway to the plate. And with Aroldis Chapman, where you estimate that ball on that slider where it's going to be and where it ends up is completely different than most other pitchers, and that's why it's so hard to track. Try to overthrow that slider a little bit, and that's the classic flying right open.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Domit from the right side, hitting only 187 and just about 300 from the left side. This is why you try to turn him around. Zip, zip, zip. Well, Chapman did his job. Can the Reds do theirs as we go to the ninth? Ramon Hernandez will lead it off. Reds trail by 1. 36,000 plus at Great American Ballpark tonight. The night started out honoring America and remembering September the 11th, 9 years ago, when the Twin Towers were attacked, in a moment of silence to commemorate the loss of nearly 3,000 lives. And then the page was turned to commemorate 25 years ago, Pete Rose's record hit that passed Ty Cobb. Don't forget, we'll have more on that on Reds Live postgame with Jim Day. And tomorrow on Reds Live before the game, we'll show you all that transpired in tonight's pregame ceremony. And now the Reds are just hoping they can do what they've done all year, find a way to come back. Here's Ramon Hernandez to lead it off. Hit by a pitch, grounded out, and a sacrifice fly plated a run. He bangs this one into center field. It comes off Hanrahan, who comes in for the second straight night. And it's Meek and Hanrahan battling for the right to be the closer.
Well, you got to figure if you're Ramon Hernandez, you're getting the first pitch fastball from Hanrahan. Mid to high 90s with his fastball, has a good breaking ball as well. So he's guessing on a hitter, and he takes it right back through the middle to get it going.
Well, Chris Heisey will come up for the first time. He's hitting in the 8th spot. Ryan Hannigan has moved into the on-deck circle with the pitcher spot due up next. That's in there for a strike. Heisey, 7 homers, 15 knocked in. The Reds, of course, in those comeback wins and last at bat wins, have done it in every way imaginable. They've done it with home runs. They've done it with stolen bases. They've done it with base hits. See if Stubbs will get the green light. And Hanrahan, for most of this year, not only has led this bullpen in strikeouts, he's led this team in strikeouts. That's out of the bullpen. Averaging 12 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Well, they've pitched a lot of innings. And this matchup has happened before. Chris Heisey has faced Joel Hanrahan. And what we talked about with Pittsburgh, so many innings out of the bullpen. They lead the league in that category.
Down to third. It's a fair ball. Into the corner. Here comes Stubbs around second. He's coming to third. Barry's going to send him. He'll come around third and score. It's a tie game. Chris Heisey is delivered. Drew Stubbs' speed pays off, and we are tied.
Well, for Chris Heisey, a young man who was not healthy enough to start the ball game, he is healthy enough to be the hero. And he gets that ball right down the third base line. He hits it hard by the third baseman, Alvarez. No chance of even flagging that baby down. And coming around all the way from first base is Drew Stubbs, and we've got a tied Wago.
And still only one out with Heisey down at second. And here comes Hannigan to pinch hit in the pitcher's spot. Now, I got them on their feet. 36,000. Showing some love for the guy at second, Chris Heisey. There comes the guy who's done it all year for the Reds as we go to the bottom of the 10th inning. Joey's looking to end a funk for him, and the Reds are looking for a run to win it. And it'll be lefty against lefty.
Justin Thomas is the new pitcher. 4th time he's been up for the Pirates this year. And he just was recalled on Tuesday. He was a closer down in Indianapolis, or one of them anyway. He had 4 saves down there and went 5-0 in 40 games with their AAA franchise.
He did face Joey once earlier this year. 0 for 1 is Votto against him. And Joey, another 0 for night tonight, looking for a base hit. He walked his last time up. Big breaking ball. 2 balls, no strikes. Joey tonight struck out, walked, lined out, and walked. So officially 0 for 2 and 0 for his last 10. On the corner for a strike. Left field going back. We're going home. Joey's done it again. Joey Votto, a walk-off home run, the first of his career, and it gives the Reds a 7-game lead in the Central. Drink it in, Reds fans. 36,000 plus, almost all of them stayed riveted to their seats because their MVP was coming to bat in the 10th, and they're still on their feet. Here comes the curtain call, and here comes Joey Votto's first career walk-off homer. Chris, what a dandy.
I'll tell you what, this guy just does not surprise you. You almost expect it. He's been a hero so many times. He understates himself. But when the game is on the line and he is challenged, he's one of the best around.
Here's another look at Votto's 33rd homer, his first walk-off.
Now Thomas gets the ball up, and like he has done so many times this year, Joey Votto goes the other way. Look at the look of determination in his eyes as the pitcher's on its way. He looks at the pitcher, looks at the ball, and says, you know what? Game over. And as that ball went into the left field stands for a home run, the crowd began to shout, MVP, MVP. And by the time he got to home, they were singing it. The Reds are waiting for him. And another walk-off, come from behind win for this Reds ball club. They do it all the time.
41 comeback wins. Another win in their last at bat, their 21st. Joey Votto's first career walk-off. And guess what, Reds fans? Enjoy it, because after all those losing seasons, the Reds are guaranteed a winning season. Coming up, Reds Live with Jim Day, as the Reds have won it 5-4 and lead by 7.
We are Ohio.
It is an absolutely picture-perfect night for baseball in downtown Cincinnati. And we welcome you to Great American Ballpark, where the Reds continue this homestand with a first of 4 against the Arizona Diamondbacks from the National League West. And the Reds beginning play 6 games in front of St. Louis, and we're down to the final 19 games of the regular year. And hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome to Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. And, well, Chris, here we go. I mean, we're down to the final 3 weeks of the year, and every day you're trying to notch a win and get that much closer to a divisional championship. But you have some guys a little beat up right now.
Well, this time of year, Tom, I don't think you'll find a ball club in baseball that doesn't have a roster full of guys that are beat up, nicks and bruises here and there. Arthur Rhodes, you know, he's had plantar fasciitis in his left heel all year long. In fact, he doesn't even want to put any weight on that left foot. Look at him limp to the dugout. He's really a warrior and a soldier to get out there the way he does. Orlando Cabrera, he's had a side injury, had a little leg injury the other day. You know, he's beat up pretty good. He's in there, but he's going to play tonight. He's in the lineup again tonight. Chris Heisey ran into the first baseman the other day. In addition to having an ankle problem, he's beat up a little bit there. He's got some bruises here and there. So the Reds are full of players all over the place. Scott Rowland, he gets his regular day off, usually day games after night games, but still, at his age, at this time of the year, they're just trying to keep him healthy. One guy finally back is healthy, and that's Jay Bruce. He's missed, almost a couple of weeks, it seems like. But, boy, he was really hot right before he got injured. And if you look at the batting average, the home runs, the runs batted in, the Reds' offense has really scuffled in his absence. Hopefully he'll be able to swing the bat and pick up right where he left off.
Should be noted that Jay Bruce, when the original lineup came out tonight, was not in it. And he was in addition as we got closer and closer to game time tonight. One man we've known would be in there right from the get-go, Bronson Arroyo, going for win number 15 tonight. We'll talk more about him when we return. And the Reds have a 6-game lead. Jeff Samardzija going to run out there as a starter tonight for Chicago.
I had a discussion with Dr. Krimchak and him and myself, and there's a slight chance he could re-injured, but there's a worse chance it's going to get any better before the season is over and into the winter at this point. So there's certain pitches he probably might feel it on his own.
That was long before we knew that Jay Bruce would be back in a lineup tonight rather than tomorrow, and here he is for the first time in 2 weeks. And when he got hurt, Chris, he never had a better 3-week run in his very young major league career.
When Jay Bruce first bounced on the scene as a rookie, he had a great 3-week run. But he was hitting the ball so much harder in the last 3 weeks before he was injured. Home runs, runs batted in, hit 3 home runs in a ball game as a leadoff hitter. At that point, the Reds' offense was really rolling right along.
Jay officially missed 12 games in the starting lineup, and you mentioned earlier how their offense really sputtered without him. The Reds went 5-7 in those games. And 2 to Jay Bruce. But I would imagine it can't be easy. I mean, it's tough enough to hit major league pitching. But to sit around and really only swing the bat for the last handful of days against batting practice pitching, and then go back in there against live pitching after 2-week absence cannot be easy.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think under normal circumstances, they may have been tempted to send Jay Bruce down for a day or two of like medical rehab. Although never on the disabled list, so he wouldn't have been eligible to go down unless they made that move. But after the month of September, most of your minor leagues are all done, so it's not the time that you really have that option.
He hooks this one into right center field. So much for what I just said. Welcome back, Jay Bruce. In his last 19 games and 1 at bat, Jay Bruce has now hit 9 home runs. And that makes it a 2-1 ball game.
Very unlike the pitcher got ahead of him 0-2 and then tried to get him out inside, but then decided to throw an off-speed pitch there on a 2-2 count. And Bruce went out there and hooked it to right field, and the ball really jumps off his bat. 2-1 ball game with that swing.
So now the center fielder Drew Stubbs, 16 home runs, and he hits this one hard into right center field. Backing up is Upton. He leaps and watches it go. Bruce and Stubbs go back-to-back to tie the game. And really, Chris, that's been this club all year long. Whether it's early or whether it's late, you fall behind, and they just keep on coming.
Well, back-to-back jacks here at Great American Ballpark. They are dialing 8 in Cincinnati tonight. 2 home runs, both solo shots by the Diamondbacks, and the Reds come right back and answer. That's a good swing by Drew Stubbs. Keeping inside the ball right there, driving it the other way. A little bit of a breaking ball up in the zone. I'll tell you what, everything that the Reds have hit hard tonight have come off the breaking ball of Barry on right.
Well, you saw that Colorado team, Chris, front and center in the sweep of the Reds last week. That team is rolling.
Well, they were really believers in themselves. Jim Tracy's got them going. And they look back at the rest of their season saying, boy, if they had gotten off to a better start, or if they hadn't had a couple of really horrible road trips.
High fly ball into left field. Drifting back and watching it go is Parra. And Joey Votto. Home run number 34. So now 17 opposite field home runs this year for Votto. Well, it didn't look like he got much of that.
You know, it looks like a routine fly off the bat, and off the most ball players, it would be a routine fly. But when you're strong as Joey Votto and stay behind the ball as much as he does, those routine fly balls end up in the seats. 17 of them now going oppage for Votto on the year. That leads all of Major League Baseball.
With that mighty crack of the bat, Votto has given the Reds their first lead of the night, a 3-2 game. You know, Chris, you and I have talked about this. Many teams that come in from the National League West, when they come to this ballpark, after pitching in that division, whether it's, you know, for a couple of months, when you're playing against teams only in your own division, or over the course of a number of games, a stretch of games, even a number of seasons, when you come into ballparks like this after pitching in those parks, you got to wonder what in the world's going on.
Well, you know, in those parks, if you get behind a hitter, you can throw a nice four-seam fastball on the outer part of the plate, and a ball hit like this in Petco Park may not even make it to the warning track. But here in Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, Joey Votto will collect the dinger with it. And it's not only Petco. I mean, the same thing in San Francisco.
A little more hitter friendly in Arizona.
LA is a big ballpark. At least plays fair.
Colorado, not nearly the hitter friendly ballpark it used to be.
Unless they pull those balls out of the humidor a couple of hours early, then it really jump.
Three and two on Roland. And a bouncing ball that will get under the glove of Drew into center field. A base hit by Roland. So Roland, a one-out base runner, his first hit in 2 at-bats.
Oh, they're playing Scott Roland a pull a little bit with Stephen Drew way over there in the hole at shortstop, and I can't figure that out. Maybe they see a different scouting report than what we see every night with Roland. He loves to hit the ball to right field. He's very adept at hitting it through the middle. Playing when the Reds went through there before the All-Star break. Neither was their catcher. Bye-bye.
Jay Bruce has come back to the lineup and homered his first 2 at-bats after missing the last 12 games.
Including Jay Bruce, thought in his wildest dreams that he would come back after missing 12 games and swing the bat the way he has tonight.
Bruce now 20 home runs on the year, 61 batted in. He has 10 home runs in his last less than 3 weeks worth of games.
Ball up and out over the plate, and he hooks that ball into right field. That ball is heading straight towards the Tundra sign. In fact, had the direction down perfect, just came up a little bit short.
Cabrera hit a ball hard, but right at the left fielder, and this one is banged into deep left field, and it is out of here. Orlando Cabrera. Still a little ginger on that heel that he injured a couple of days ago. But it's home run number 4 for Cabrera and number 5 on the night for the Reds.
Well, yeah, we've said so many times that Orlando Cabrera is just such an excellent high ball hitter. You can't get it a whole lot higher than that. In fact, that ball is out of the strike zone, up and in.
Norberto to face Jay Bruce, who has homered twice, knocked in 3, and a broken bat base hit into right field will knock in another run. A 3-hit, 4 RBI game in his first game in over 2 weeks. And that makes it 7-2 Reds.
Well, the pitch up, and Bruce gets it out on the end of the bat. But he got that bat through the zone quick enough that he was able to loft it and over the infield for a base hit. You can break a bat two ways, one in on the handle, one out of the end of the bat. And he is left with a nub and an RBI. Have a night, Jay Bruce.
Same score we gave you a little while ago there in the bottom of the 5th inning, and so far so good for Jeff Samardzija. Getting a start tonight for the Cubbies against Jaime Garcia. Reds a strike away and out away from giving Bronson Arroyo his 15th win and going to 20 over 500. And for the first time since 2019, the 2000 season, it would end a 9-year run of less than 500 records for the Cincinnati Reds. This would be their 82nd win of the year. And that's that. So congratulations to the Reds. And hey, when you haven't been over 500 for 9 years in a row, congratulations are in order.
Well, you're not kidding about that. It's been a long climb for Reds fans, frustrated by bad seasons, by meltdowns in the second half, but not from this ball club. They win from there. They win and beat Arizona 7-5. They got very strong pitching from Bronson Arroyo, but they were dialing 8 here in Cincinnati, going long ball tonight. We're going to talk about that on our postgame show.
Can't wait for that. Reds are 7-2 winners. Well, it's another picture-perfect night for baseball in downtown Cincinnati, and the crowd rolling into Great American Ballpark. It's Game 3 of this 4-game series. The clubs have split the first 2 with the Diamondbacks in town to take on the Reds. And hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Cincinnati Reds baseball. Chris, here we are. A little more than 2 weeks left to go in the regular season. We know about the magic number. Reds still 7 games up in the Central. But as you and I have talked a little bit about the last couple of nights, you start paying attention now to who the clubs might be that you'd play in the opening round of the playoffs, if you get there, and where you are as far as best record is concerned.
Well, they're going to get there. There's no question about that, Tom. I mean, you have to have a historic collapse not to get there. But right now, as we take a look at the best records in the National League, right now the Phillies are the cream of the crop. 85-61, a couple of games ahead of San Diego, and then the Atlanta Braves, and then the Reds. You know what? It's very important, I think, and Dusty Baker knows this. He has told his ball club this, that you really want to finish out strong. You don't want to back into the playoffs. You don't want to be a team that gets in there almost by mistake, by the other team folding for you. So if you want any kind of idea of who play at the end of the year, you play your best baseball from here on out.
Take a look at the calendar for the Reds. They have 2 more games on this homestand and that 3-city road trip.
Well, you know, these are teams, the first couple anyway, that they've handled very well. They played well this year against the Houston Astros. They played well against the Milwaukee Brewers. When you go to San Diego, you know you're going to face great pitching. This Padres came in here in the very beginning of the year. A lot of people who saw them said they're going to fade. Well, they haven't faded because their pitching is that good, and they play especially good at Petco Park. That might be a preview of what we see in the postseason.
You might be right. So do you think about maybe going back that way again?
Well, I don't know. If you take a look at the last 2 at-bats for Brandon Phillips.
In the air down the left field line, and what? No, he's unable to hang on. Looked like Allen had it momentarily. Instead, it'll be a double for Orlando Cabrera.
Brandon looking down the left field line like maybe he had a chance to see this ball go on out of here, and it nearly did. That ball just about knee high, and he stays right on it. Just kind of got his bat out there ahead of time. Brandon Allen got there in time. Looks like for a moment that he was going to be able to make the grab. But he never really touched it and had control of it. So the Reds get something going with a double by
Now Johnny Gomes, runner at second, 2 men out. Strike one. Johnny had a rough time of it last night. Of course, everyone else by and large did too. Against Daniel Hudson. Johnny had 1 hit in 4 at-bats, struck out twice in the game. And that is a fair ball down the third base line to bring in the game's first run. Doubles by Cabrera and Johnny, and the big fella's coming to third, and he'll easily get there as that ball hits somewhere in the corner and then shot out towards left center field.
Now Mark Reynolds down there talking to Johnny Gomes right now, saying that ball was hit so hard I had no chance at it. In fact, I didn't even make a try. Right inside the line, maybe even kicked up some chalk right there, and it'll battle around the corner. Brandon Allen's being tested. Somehow that ball got away from him, and it goes all the way into left center field, and Johnny will scoot into third. Gotta get him going.
It's now 78 runs batted in for Johnny, and here's Miguel Cairo getting a start for Scott Rowland. Nothing major with Rowland. Got a little stiffness in his neck, upper back area. Of course, Dusty's been very good at picking spots for Rowland pretty much the entire year. And I would imagine if all things being equal, he may get another day off tomorrow. Lofted into shallow left center field, and that's a base hit. I assume a base hit. It hit off the glove of Chris Young. Scoring is Gomes, and it's 2-0 Reds. Well, that looked like a ball that should have been caught.
It really should have. In fact, that ball looked like he overran it if it's possible, but it hit him on the heel of the glove rather than the webbing. Of course, he's coming in there full blast, but that's a ball that you certainly hope that your all-star center fielder can corral. When you're a contact pitcher like Joe Saunders, you need those plays like that made behind you.
That'll be an error on his center fielder Young. So no RBI for Cairo. And here's Drew Stubbs down, strike one.
But hopefully next time in the near future.
Breaking ball taken, and a throw to second. No chance to get Miguel Cairo. 4th steal of the year and as many attempts for Miguel.
Now that's just heads-up baseball right there. Taking a shot that Joe Saunders doesn't look at him as a space stealer. Not going to throw over. Going to worry about getting Drew Stubbs out, and he just didn't pay attention to Cairo. Veteran move.
8 pitches thus far in this at bat. And it's clobbered into left center field, way back. And a 4-0 Reds lead. Drew Stubbs' 18th home run. No doubt about that one. The second and made contact.
Now, we told you that he's just about a 300 hitter here in the month of September. He gets his 3rd home run of the month, picks up runs batted in 9 and 10, and that ball is a double-decker. Second deck out there in left field. And that is what is so intriguing about Drew Stubbs. Combination of the blazing speed he has and that tremendous power.
Despite the low batting average, despite all the strikeouts, for a guy playing his first full year in the major leagues, Stubbs is going to hit 20, 22, 23 home runs. He's going to knock in anywhere from 75 to 80 runs this year. Yeah, I'm with you. Same guy. There's always one in every family. That one into left center field. It'll find the gap. Cabrera making a turn, and he is in with yet another double. 30 of them on the year for Orlando Cabrera, 2 of them tonight.
You wonder, Tom, if maybe for Orlando Cabrera, pulling that rib muscle, missing so many games on the disabled list, gave him the kind of rest that he really needed. I mean, he was playing every day, and he and Brandon would seem like they were getting worn down. You never want to get hurt to get your rest, but I mean, he's come back with just fire in his eyes.
Just a nice player.
Boy, ever.
Really nice player. And has been for a long time.
And you know what? Any ball club in Major League Baseball could have signed him right up just about to the end of spring, or the beginning of spring training.
Well, what an addition he has been to this team. Guy's a winner. Votto, broken bat, base hit to drive in a run. RBI number 104 for Joey Votto, and it's a 5-0 Reds lead.
Boy, for Joe Saunders, you're wondering what the heck happened. You're cruising along, you strike out the pitcher, you get Brandon Phillips out, then you have a 2-out double, and then seemingly the next pitch, a little broken bat base hit up the middle to the Reds' leading RBI guy. And boy, does he brings his hands in so close to get his bat head through. Saunders is like, you got to be kidding me. I give up 4 last inning. I was out of this inning. I give up another run now. Now I got Johnny Gomes.
Today, this is the way that it would look. The Reds would play the Phillies, and San Diego would play Atlanta. But if the Reds win tonight, you can throw that out the window. The Reds would play Atlanta, and Philly would play San Diego. All right, enough of that. Let's talk about Aroldis Chapman.
Well, he's the difference maker in the postseason, I can tell you that. A lot of people came to this ball game hoping that they would see the Reds fireballing left-hander, and here he is. 8 games already for Aroldis Chapman. Picked up his first Major League win. 9 strikeouts in 6 2/3 innings, and his control has been good. He's only walked a couple. So who are the lucky Diamondbacks that face in this inning?
And Chapman will face Miguel Montero, a left-handed batter, to begin the 8th inning. Rusty Ryle is on deck. And then Gerardo Paradua. Fastball, a called strike. And the crowd looking around for the radar gun, and for some reason it's not turned on out there in left center field. Or maybe having a few wrinkles in it. That one at 99. Gotta believe slider here. Oh, fastball.
He wants to get loose before he throws his slider. Now that he's hit triple digits, go ahead and drop it on him.
Here's a 2-2 pitch. Broken bat roller. Oh my. 1 out in the inning. I remember when the Diamondbacks had Randy Johnson, Curt Schilling, and they were practically every year going toe-to-toe with the Giants to win the West for a handful of years, as this one just eats up Montero. That's an unhittable pitch.
It's been so hard for Aroldis Chapman, though, not to try to overthrow. Knowing how hard he throws, knowing people want to see him throw hard, and that's his game. But it's like anything else, you're much more efficient when you relax when you throw. The harder you try to throw, it's like the harder you try to swing a bat or even a golf club.
Two again. 100-mile-an-hour fastball swung on and missed, 2 away.
Well, 100 miles an hour on the black. Here it comes. There it goes.
Diamondbacks have now struck out 12 or more times in 8 of their last 9 games. Big swing and a miss. Ryan Roberts. It's the guy you want right here and right now. Justin Upton waits in the on-deck circle. And he got it. A 1-2-3-8 for Chapman.
Good night.
So those 98 and 99s might have been like 101, 102. And Cabrera has his third double of the night. What a series he has had. Three doubles and 4 at-bats. He's already scored a couple of runs.
Well, third double of the night for Cabrera, this time right down the third base line. And he at second base on a first-name basis out there. I'll tell you one thing we've noticed all night long. I mean, Orlando Cabrera always hustles, but every one of these Reds hitters.
Many, many times. Unfortunately. Little bleeder is going to fall in for a base hit and an RBI. Excellent work by Votto and Gomes to make it a 2-run spread.
Well, they don't ask you how you did them, they ask you how many you got. And right there for Johnny Gomes, another run batted in and makes it a 2-run edge for the Reds. And the other thing about that is you don't get that little flare in right field unless you have a reputation for having some power, because the right fielder is going to be playing deeper on you than other guys. And that ball falls right into no man's land, and there comes Orlando Cabrera.
Into left center field off the bat of Cairo. Back to the wall and in and out of the glove of Ryle. Gomes had to make sure that ball wasn't caught. It was nearly caught by Ryle. It'll be a double for Cairo.
That really should have been caught. It was right in and out of his glove. Rusty Ryle, as you remember, was a left fielder back when the Reds were in Arizona that had a fly ball right in his glove in left field, and the ball popped out. And then the Reds went on to score 5 runs in the inning. This ball's in his glove again.
And he gets hit on the leg, and that'll bring in another run, making it 7-4. Man, you gotta hope Hannigan's all right.
Right above the knee.
You just hope it wasn't on the knee. It's gonna hurt. Well, Chris Carpenter giving it up after his team had given him a 2-1 lead. The Cubs have come back to score 3 times to take now a 5-2 lead. Carpenter has just given up another run in the 7th inning. And they're going to take Carpenter out of the game. High fly ball down the right field line. Bruce near the corner at the wall. And got it. Jay Bruce made the play to take away a home run. We've talked about Jay Bruce all year long. If anybody deserves a Gold Glove in the outfield this year, it is that man right there, and he shows you why yet again.
The Reds were slow coming out of the dugout. You can't see that right field line from the dugout, and they didn't know what happened. The crowd went silent. Jay Bruce goes up, and that baby was out of here if Bruce hadn't gone up above the wall to save the game.
The late inning defensive replacement, Jay Bruce. His defense is just unbelievable.
This ball club overall, playing defense, playing hard. They're a group that loves to play together. And man, oh man, was that a team win tonight. A nail biter to the end, but the Reds come up on top.
Live on My 20, it's Houston Astros baseball. Tonight from Minute Maid Park, the Astros take on the Cincinnati Reds in Game 2 of this 3-game series. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Jim DeShays. Another rousing win for the Astros last night, 5-3. The Astros now 24-12 in their last 36 home games, JD.
Yeah, having a real nice homestand. Just won 2 out of 3 from Milwaukee after splitting that series with the Dodgers, and an opportunity to get a win against the first-place club to win a series against Cincinnati. That will happen with a win tonight or tomorrow. The pitching matchup for tonight shows Bronson Arroyo for the Reds, 15-game winner for the 3rd consecutive year. He's been very good against the Astros the last couple of seasons.
Giants. Cincinnati has a 6-game lead on St. Louis. The Astros are in 3rd. And in the wild card, Atlanta is 2 in front of San Diego. Colorado only 2.5 back.
Arroyo for the 3rd year in a row is 115. You wonder if this might be Sweet 16 for him. He is an innings eater. You know that. He's going to give you at least 200 a year, more like 220 when he's on a regular year. And if you're batting against him, any pitch, any time. Curve sliders, underhand pitches, overhand curveballs, change-ups to right-handers.
Pence, Hunter in at 285. Hop to the right side. Who's going to get there? Joey there. He'll haul it in. 1, 2, 3.
Who will actually openly root for Ohio State, even though he went to Ohio. You know.
Sure. Broken bat, center field, blue pin, it'll drop for a hit. Here comes Bronson around 3rd. Here comes Bourne. The throw to the plate will be cut, and the Reds have put a run on the board to tie it at 1. Now advancing to 2nd, so critical. Bronson Arroyo gets there, and now he scores on the base hit by Cabrera, and the Reds have tied it at 1.
Well, you know, the outfield's placed so deep here that anything that falls in shallow center field, you're going to have a really good shot at being able to get a base hit on it. And Arroyo, having moved to 2nd base, comes around and he ties the ball game up.
Arroyo scores the tying run.
Whether it was a wild pitch or a pass ball, a ball that Jason Castro should have been able to keep in front and prevent Arroyo from advancing.
Now Joey Votto looks at ball 1. Votto has hit in 11 straight games at Minute Maid Park. And in those 11 games, he's done some damage. He's loved this place. 370 career average here for Votto. Figueroa misses. The count goes to 2-0. Votto suffered from depression last year after the loss of his father in 2008. Upstairs, ball 3, and it's 3-0. He's had a chance to talk with some of the old greats of the Reds, the Johnny Benches, the Joe Morgans of the world, and that's given him a sense of just exactly what he would like to accomplish. He takes a 4-pitch walk. And it's Scott Rowland coming up. That's the 2nd walk for Figueroa.
The 3-2. Runners going. Right center, that's going to drop for a hit. 1 run will score. Votto will go to 3rd. The throw will not be in time. It'll kick away. Votto will hold, but Rowland will go to 2nd. So the inability of Johnson to get the ball at 3rd didn't allow the run to score, but it allowed Rowland to go into scoring position at 2nd, and the Reds have taken a 2-1 lead.
Well, Scott figured on a 3-2 pitch he was going to definitely get a strike, and a little inside-out action right there gets it to right field. So the Reds have made something out of nothing here, starting off the inning on an error, a sacrifice bunt where they didn't have a sacrifice attempt, and you look up and they scored a couple of runs.
Hit over 300 this month. 310 in his last 10 games. Not this time though. Bronson gets him for a strikeout. Strikeout number 2 for Arroyo. There goes to left, curving towards the foul line. It's going to be off the pole, and a fair ball and a homer. On cue, Chris, you hit it. He goes that way and he takes advantage of the Crawford boxes. It kept curving. Carlos Lee knew he could do nothing but look, and it just did flip the screen in the pole. A clanker for a homer, and the Reds lead at 3-1.
Well, it was slicing big time. That pitch kind of moving away from him, and he just stays on it just enough to go the other way. The question is, will it be fair or foul?
Popped up first time up. Got him. Pence retired.
Inside Minute Maid Park. The Reds have the lead 3-1. We go to the 5th inning. It'll be the 3-4-5 hitters, Votto, Roland, and Bruce against Nelson Figueroa. Reds got 2 in the 3rd and added a run in the 4th on an Edmonds homer. Votto is flied to left and he's walked. This one goes to left and Carlos Lee is backing on it. And now turning to play it off the wall. It kicks back by him and is picked up by Michael Bourne on an off-field double by Votto. That's now an 8-game hitting streak for Joey Votto, and it's his 33rd double.
Now, Joey Votto plays his home games at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, which is a very good hitter's park, but he would really take advantage of this yard. This is a lazy fly ball most places. High enough up that wall where Carlos can't make a play. Good hustle by Michael Bourne coming over to provide support. If not, Votto makes it all the way to third base there.
That was good hustle.
Hit pretty good to right. Going back. Looking up. That's going to be gone. The Beaumont Bomber returns to Texas and delivers. Jay Bruce on a home run tear since coming back. And this 2-run homer gives the Reds a 5-1 lead.
Well, you can see Jay Bruce becoming a little more comfortable every at bat he saw against Figueroa. And Figueroa with his stuff, if you don't throw it on that corner and you get it out over the middle of the plate, a guy like Jay Bruce with his plate coverage is going to put that swing on it. And that goes a long way. Nice easy swing and the ball just jumps off his bat.
Dribbled through the infield. That's going to be a base hit. Rounding third, coming to the plate. Here comes the throw. It'll be short hopped at the mound and scoring from second on the base hit will be Jimmy Edmonds. So the walks have come back to haunt the Astros. 2 walks produce a run.
You know, I'm convinced that if you took a look at Ryan Hanigan's spray chart, that is the chart that defines exactly where he gets his base hits, it'll be just a solid line going right back through the middle. He hits so many balls up through the box.
That's driven to left field over the head of Carlos Lee, who gets back and makes the catch. Here's the tag at third. Stubbs will come in to make it 7-1 on the sacrifice fly by Bronson Arroyo. That's his 8th RBI.
Pretty good swing there by Arroyo. He does have a home run this year. So he's got a fighting chance with a bat in his hand.
Stubbs comes home, and it's a 6-run lead now with
inches off second. Out in front, got him. Some pitchers get behind 3-1. You think they're in trouble. Bronson finds a way.
At strike 3, temperature car looking for the final out of the 6th. It's strikeout number 5 for Arroyo, and through 6, it's 7-1 Reds.
Hard swinger, hit pretty good to left, going way back. That's going to be gone. 1 pitch, 1 swing, and Drew Stubbs delivers. Stubbs' 19th homer. He's 1 away from a 20-homer season. He circles them all, and the Reds play add-on with a bolt from the Texas native Drew Stubbs.
Well, you got to figure against Felipe Paulino, who's primarily a fastball hit pitcher, you're going to get one on the first pitch. And Stubbs is all over it.
A rocket shot to the walkway for Stubbs, home run number 19. Next to him, other guys have never been through it. That's ripped towards left, towards the corner. It is a fair ball. 1 run will score. Hanigan rounding first, going to second. It'll be second and third, and Ryan Hanigan has his 2nd run batted in and 3rd hit of the night.
Boy, what a great year Ryan Hanigan is having. I mean, coming out of nowhere after last year having such a hard time driving runs in, he's hit the ball hard almost once every time he comes up to every game. He hits the ball hard, and this one is smoked down the left field line. After hitting the ball up the middle of the previous 3 at bats,
And right, Hunter Pence squeezed it. That's drilled through the middle into center. That's a base hit. Alonso will pick up 2 runs batted in, and Yonder has delivered. Well, chalk it up, Chris. The first 2 for a career that will have a bunch. Yonder Alonso, 2 runs batted in, his first 2 of his career.
Dusty Baker in his 3rd year with the Reds, on his way to win number 84, it would certainly appear, and the magic number would be dropping to 8 if he gets it. No balls, 2 strikes to Esposito. He had the magic in other stops in his career. And those who have followed the Reds this year say that Dusty Baker magic has reappeared. Winning games late in dramatic fashion. Broken bat. Giannis for the final out. And the Reds have squared this series at 1 game each, with a rubber game coming up tomorrow. The Reds win this one as the Astros go out in order in the 9th inning. Final score, Reds 11, Astros 1.
Well, welcome to Miller Park. It's the final homestand of the 2010 season. Your final chance to do some tailgating and see some baseball as well.
Of a Cardinals loss or a Reds win that equals 7, they will head to the postseason for the first time since 1995.
Well, Homer Bailey will make his 6th attempt at trying to get a win against this Milwaukee Brewer team.
He's signed for a pile of money to come to the Brewers. As Bailey throws a fastball up and in, it's against Homer Bailey. Struck him out on a breaking ball. So that'll end the inning.
This inning, he could strike out this guy, the pitcher, and then take care of Ricky Weeks.
Well, he takes care of Escobar on strikes. That's 1 out in the inning. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2/3 of the way home is Bailey with a 2-2 to Capuano. How about that? Homer Bailey slams the door with a runner at.
Now you would figure that, Rowan's going to play until the Reds clinch. Magic number 7. And once that happens, when and if it happens, then you'd figure Rowan to get some isolated days off.
There's a hot shot to left, a base hit. Braun will cut it off. Gomes is going to stop it first. Good play by Braun. Those are the little things that Braun has been doing. And an appreciative crowd here at Miller Park gives him a hand for it.
The one thing you cannot lay on the Brewers is lack of hustle. And just being lethargic defensively, lethargic running down the lines. They hustle all the time. And you don't expect anything less, but you see it around the league. Johnny Gomes has been a nice surprise for this Reds club with 83 RBIs. Hitting around 300. He's been a nice, consistent in that lineup behind Scott Rowland.
Always kind of thought of as a backup player, pinch hitter, utility guy. But he has evolved as an everyday player, and he's put up the numbers to back it up, too. The speedy Drew Stubbs. Speaking of nice years, here's a guy hitting primarily in the bottom of this Reds order, bouncing around between 6th, 7th, or 8th, with 19 homers and 70 runs batted in. So big power numbers from Drew Stubbs. His batting average is a little lower than the Reds would hope for at 249. He's so fast. He's almost a double waiting to happen if he reaches first base.
He strikes out quite a bit. The Reds would like him to cut those down. And as fast as he is, you make contact, you put the ball on the ground, you get some infield hits.
He's a tough guy to double up for that reason. Takes a hot shot right at an infielder. But Braun's playing left field. Still gives Capuano the opportunity at a double play.
Yeah, and with the move that Capuano has over there at first base, I mean, he's got one of the better moves. That'll keep that runner close.
1 ball, 1 strike on Stubbs.
Hit pretty well in a deep right field. Hard drifting back, and that baby is out of here. A 2-run opposite field home run by Drew Stubbs. So Stubbs, in his first full year in the big leagues, will be a 20-20 player. That's home run number 20 to go with the stolen bases and a 2-0 lead.
Well, he's got all sorts of power. There's no question about that. But I think you can count on one hand the number of home runs he's hit to the right side of the second baseman. He hit this ball hard, right down the right field line.
It just falls over the other side of the wall. Well, a tough break for Capuano.
And that's what they do.
Well, when Bailey throws that fastball tonight.
Well, we had a chance to visit with Dusty Baker earlier today. We asked him about the Reds and this pennant race.
There's a lot can happen in 12 games, and I've seen it happen. Everybody else has seen it happen. So, hey, man, you can't be, you have to prepare for it. They even send out playoff ticket requests because they have to. But, hey, the main thing is we just got to win.
So all the manager wants to do is stop with the business of making it to the postseason. And you'll recall, Rock, from 08 with the Brewers, there's a lot that has to be put into place as far as planning. Unfortunately, the manager has to deal with that a lot.
Right.
And that's the last thing a manager wants to talk about.
Well, and you know what? It's important for his players that have been to the postseason, to really get these young players to understand that it's never over till it's over, what to expect, down the stretch here and into the postseason once they get there. Orlando Cabrera has playoff experience. Scott Rowland. Bronson Arroyo has been in the postseason. So, it's veteran guys. It's not the manager that really influences the thought process, of the players in situations like this for the Reds. It's the players that have been there before. Those are the ones that have to take control.
Well, they are still in that comfort zone with a 6.5 game lead at this moment. The Cardinals lost earlier today to the Marlins. So the Reds can gain ground on St. Louis. They can drop their elimination number down to 6 with a victory tonight. But when you're over 5, you feel like you've got a bit of a cushion. But anything under 5, as far as your lead goes, it could be wiped out quickly. I think it gives the team that's chasing you a little bit different perspective as well. Remember the Detroit Tigers last year. They were 4 games up with just a weekend to go. And they lost. They ended up finishing in a tie with the Minnesota Twins. And, of course, the Twins would go on to the postseason.
One of the greatest games ever in baseball, that extra inning win at the Metrodome last year.
Game 163, the regular season playoff.
Now, when did they change the name from magic number to elimination number?
I don't think. Well,
not a big fan.
No, you can call it whatever you want.
Oh, is that right?
You don't like.
It's not official.
Which one do you not like?
I like the magic number.
The magic number?
Yeah, you have your magic number and your tragic number.
Sounds so sporty, the magic number.
Right. It's magic to get to the playoffs.
That's the Disney in you, I guess.
Right.
The kid in you comes out. See, I figured you'd be a guy more with the elimination number.
No.
You're kind of an old school, nuts and bolts kind of guy. I didn't think you had anything to do with anything whimsical or magical.
No, it's not a matter of that. It's just what I'm used to. You know how it is with me.
You can say magic number if you like.
Yeah. Magic number 7.
That's totally acceptable.
I thought that was an official.
Well, on the Major League standings, it is official as elimination number.
Oh, is that what it is?
High fly ball into left center field. Drifting is Braun at the wall. Goodbye. Joey Votto to the opposite field with a man aboard. Snaps a 2-2 tie, and the Reds are in front 4-2. Home run number 35 for Joey Votto.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting what Rick Sweet said about Joey Votto earlier. He said, look at the eyes, and we're going to look at his eyes right here in this at-bat, on this swing. And he is so determined, and Cameron Lowe gets a ball up. Now, when Joey Votto hits it that way, that strong, bye-bye baseball.
Man, did that ball go a long ways.
gives him 106 RBIs for the year.
Ball was killed. This ball is hit hard by Rolen. The Reds go back-to-back to take a 3-run lead in the 8th. Home run number 20 for Scotty Rolen. He now has 81 batted in.
You know, both of these home runs, opposite field home runs. Even though the pitches are up, the Reds aren't trying to pull them. That's a good sign right there. And you see Scotty Rolen going oppage.
Twins are trying to finish with the best record in the American League. Lucroy swings and misses. The game is over as the Cincinnati Reds get one step closer to a berth in the postseason. Joey Votto, a 2-run homer. 5-2, Cincinnati wins it here tonight as the Brewers drop the opener, and now Cincinnati has won 8 of 9 against Milwaukee this year. Let's check in with Craig Kishon in our Fox Sports Wisconsin set.
Well, Cincinnati grabs game 1 of this series, and they have won 8 of 9 in this season series now. Coming up, we'll hear from the Brewers' Ken Maka. Also look back at 2 of the bigger moments in Brewer history.
Postseason than having Chris Dickerson on the ball club. It simply came down to that.
High fly ball into right center field by Edmonds, and back to the wall is Hart. Goodbye. Jimmy Edmonds' his second start on this road trip, and in each of the starts he's hit a long one. And Edmonds is now hurt as he comes around third, or at least it looks like something might be wrong with him.
Well, you know, he had some side muscle pull, and that was part of what was wrong with Jim Edmonds. But what's been more serious with Jim Edmonds is an ankle problem that he's had. He's had a couple of cortisone shots to try to make it work. It's more of an Achilles problem, I think, than anything else. But Jim Edmonds, amazing that you'd actually see him hurt himself on a home run ball. You'll see him coming around third base, and right there, a little bit of a miss in his step, and he's in some pain.
Popped up down the right field line. This is going to fall in for a hit, and that'll be an RBI single for Chris Heisey. And the Reds have a 2-0 lead on the bleeder into right. 17th run batted in this season for Heisey.
Well, he's tricked him a couple of nights in a row. He had a little bleeder of a pop-up in the infield for a base hit last night. This time he goes out of the infield, right off the end of the bat down the right field line. Now that's almost always a base hit. And with a runner on base, he picks up a ribeye.
2-2 the count. And another base hit. Dickerson gets to the ball, comes up throwing. And Rolen will easily score. Cairo advancing on to second. And the Reds have a 4-0 lead. So Miguel Cairo stepping right in where Jim Edmonds left off. 2 for 2, 2 RBIs out of that spot in the order.
Nice short, quick swing from Miguel Cairo. Takes it right back up the middle. Dickerson couldn't get a hold of the ball out of his glove. So he took a couple of extra steps while he tried to get a grip on the ball, and that enabled Miguel Cairo to come on into second base. The ball never cut by Prince Fielder, even though there was really not much of a play at the plate.
Finally put it away. A strike away from doing so. And he does. Cordero, a shaky ninth inning, but a save nonetheless. And the Reds' magic number is down to 4 to clinch the National League Central Division. 4-3 our final. How about that?
Well, Cordero reached back for something extra in that last batter. I mean, he was not going to be denied tonight, despite what happened behind him, despite the fact that he hit a batter, gave up a couple of hits, or gave up a couple of hits in the inning. He still nails it down, and the Reds end up here with a victory. They don't ask you how you did it. They just ask you how many wins you have at the end of the year.
And back home at Petco in San Diego. The San Diego Padres returning home for the final 7 home games of the season and open a 3-game weekend series against the first place Cincinnati Reds from the National League Central Division.
you know as well as I do, this is a different offensive type team being the Cincinnati Reds. They're number one in a lot of offensive categories, so this should be one heck of a series here at Petco Park with the Padres having that good home record.
Well, it is a terrific contrast as the Padres have the best home pitching in the National League, and the Reds are the best hitting team in the National League. A final note. Don't forget that the Padres have that one game in hand. They're a half game behind Atlanta in the wild card, half game behind the Giants for the National League West, but do have an extra game in hand.
Breaking balls up there as we take a look at the Redbirds over the Cubs. Of course, Cincinnati pulling for the Cubs as they have a magic number of 3 over St. Louis in the Central. They waited and waited for this young man before bringing him up to the big club. They wanted him to gain some experience. They just signed him last year after the season, right?
Yep. Signed a 6-year contract through 2015. This offseason.
He's appeared in 10 games with the big club, just 8 in the third innings. He's allowed 7 hits and walked only 3 and struck out 11 in the 8 innings plus. Well, this is an extra treat to see this young fella.
He was named the top left-handed pitcher in the 2007 Baseball World Cup. That was here, wasn't it? So live and in person, the hard-thrown left-hander, Chapman.
He's 6'4", lanky 185, and he'll face the Padres' top hitter, Gonzalez, who has popped up, lined out, and grounded out tonight. Padres with 2 here in the 7th to take the lead 4-3, but they got a couple men aboard. Tejada at first. Eckstein at second. .101.
Hear the crowd after the speed went up on the auxiliary scoreboard. That is a live fastball.
To a fastball hitter. .102. Listen to that crowd as it's posted up on the scoreboard out there in left field where they mark all the pitches and the speed of pitches.
This is a modern day Sid Finch. Is this kid for real? I guess he is.
.103.
He's changing speeds on his fastball.
101, 102, and 103 mile-an-hour fastballs. 1, 2, 3. Chapman literally blowing down Adrian Gonzalez, but Tejada, his single has given the Padres the lead. Tony Gwynn steps in. Tony entered the game as a pinch runner back in the 5th inning and scored, then came up, fly to right field in the 6th.
Ooh, look out. That got the umpire, I think.
104 off the plate. The Cuban Superman, faster than a speeding bullet. You better hope he has good control.
Oh, yeah.
A ball and 2 strikes on Tony Gwynn.
You know, we talked about kids getting drafted and going through the minor leagues and riding the buses. And, oh, it's so tough riding the buses and all those long bus rides. Walk a mile in this kid's shoes.
shoes. This kid defected from Cuba when he was in Rotterdam, having to go to the to declare political asylum, right? Or what's the word I'm looking? And
the ambassador,
right? The ambassador when he was in Rotterdam. I mean, you talk about shaking in your boots. I mean, that's
not
pretty gnarly.
That language.
That's pretty gnarly stuff.
1-2 the count. And Gwynn able to foul it off.
And I'm sure he's got
104 again.
Yeah, I'm sure he's got family back in Cuba, and you always have to take that into consideration.
He established residence in the Principality of Andorra, making him a free agent eligible to be signed by a major league team. And they were all knocking on his door, most of them, with check in hand.
$105.
That's the reaction of the crowd. They're watching Chapman, and then their eyes are all riveted on that scoreboard radar. Acknowledgement of the velocity of this young guy. Never seen anything like it. I've watched Nolan Ryan throw a few no-hitters. Even the men in the dugout oohing and awing. Two and two to Gwynn. Able to get his bat on it.
Yep. I don't think we've seen a breaking ball yet, have we? Everything's been up above 100.
Just imagine when he develops a changeup and a slider with that kind of fastball.
Yeah.
Illegal. Strike three call. Lit up a little on a 102. Second strikeout for Chapman. Reds magic number 3 with the Cardinals in second place, 7.5 back. Broken back ground ball. And they'll get the force as Scott Rowland goes to the second baseman, Phillips. And here comes the bell ringer, Heath Bell, to try to save it. A huge game for the Padres. It's 4-3 to the 9th. Ground ball to third. Headley has it. Padres win. Save number 44 for Bell. And Miguel Tejada's bases loaded single in the 7th inning. As the Padres collaborate, rally from behind twice tonight, and stay within a half game of the National League West Division leading San Francisco Giants. Now this was a terrific baseball game, especially, I suppose, if you're a Padre fan.
Today on Fox Saturday Baseball. We're heading into the last week of the season, and every game matters. The Twins were the first team to punch their playoff ticket.
The Twins have clinched the Central Division Championship.
And guess what? The resurgent Rangers can join them. They have run away with the AL West, and today look to clinch their first playoff berth in more than a decade. Meanwhile, the Reds are closing in on their first title in 15 years. Can Dusty inch them closer today in San Diego, where the Padres are fighting for their playoff lives? And as if that isn't enough, today on Fox, we have the greatest rivalry in baseball. The Red Sox take on the Yankees in New York, where the defending champs are in a dogfight for the best record in the AL. The hunt for October is on Fox, and it starts right now. Welcome to the Gillette pregame show on Fox. Gillette Odor Shield Anti-Perspirant helps eliminate odor. Welcome to San Diego, where there's a playoff-type atmosphere as postseason hopefuls battle MVP candidate. Joey Votto has the Reds on the brink of making it to October. Meanwhile, David Eckstein hoping to make a playoff run with his third different team. Hi, everybody. I am Chris Rose, and welcome once again to Fox Saturday Baseball.
buckle up for safety. It's going to be a wild ride over the last week. Only one of the 6 divisions so far is
First
crowned.
place Reds keeping a watchful eye on second place St. Louis, which was on the north side this afternoon. And the little man, Sam Ford, coming up with a big hit. But I got to warn you about this next piece of video. It is graphic. Fold up again, lining it off the face of Blake Hawksworth. He was taken to the hospital for observation. The Cardinals lose their pitcher and the game 7-3. So that means the Reds' magic number to clinch the NL Central is now down to 2. Meanwhile, the Padres right on the Giants' heels in the West. And if Atlanta hangs on in D.C., the Padres will have company atop the NL wildcard race. Baseball in San Diego as the Cincinnati Reds come a-calling on Fox. And, of course, this time of year, why not do a little scoreboard watching? The Reds could clinch the division for the first time since '95 this weekend. The Padres still battling it out in the NL West and the wild card standings as well. Hi, everybody, and welcome alongside the 3-time All-Star Mark Grace. I am Chris Rose. And, Mark, it was a playoff-type atmosphere here last night. The Padres come back. They beat the Reds 4-3. And, yes, I did say playoff-type atmosphere between the Reds and the Padres at the end of September.
I don't think anybody saw this coming, Chris. It's such a testament to Bud Black and Dusty Baker and their coaching staffs, what they've done getting both these teams to pull in the same direction. I think one of these two guys is going to be crowned Manager of the Year by the time this season ends.
Well, obviously, Gracie, it's going to be a lot of fun this final week in the National League playoff chase. You've got the Reds. That magic number is shrinking. What about the Phillies? They could wrap up the division this weekend. The Braves are charging hard for the wild card. Don't forget about the Giants. They lead the West. And the Rockies, they've been sliding a bit, but they're still sticking around. The Padres as well. The playoff chase continues next on Fox. The Angels. Votto gets one past a diving Adrian Gonzalez. Here comes Stubbs. And the Reds take the early 1-0 lead. 107th RBI this season for Votto.
Let's see how he did it, Chris Rose. It's going to take a while, folks, but stay with me here. A fastball away right by him. Now he's going to try to crowd him in a couple of times, and he misses. Then a foul ball. He got it where he wanted. Now we're going to try to go away. Off speed. In again. And last but not least, one too many fastballs in. That was 5 fastballs in to Joey Votto. He finally turned that one around, and what a difference Joey Votto makes in the Cincinnati Reds lineup.
Good one cooking in San Diego. First pitch swinging for Joey Votto, and it's gone.
Oh, dear.
36th home run of the season, and yeah, they love Votto in Canada and in Cincinnati, Ohio as well.
Not only a long ball, but a very long ball. First pitch changeup. Oh, no. Way out of here to right field. Oh, man, his eyes just lit up, and he just destroyed that baseball. That now makes him 4 for 7 with a home run off of one John Garland. Wow, what a tremendous home run.
More importantly, it ties the game at 3. It just sounded different, Mark.
He's one of those guys that his bat makes a sound that you can count guys on one hand, that their bat makes that kind of a crack when it hits the baseball and hits it solidly. Boom. Way out of here to right field.
Spent part of 3 seasons with the Oakland A's, and now his first year in San Diego had been going quite well until the last few weeks. This one under the glove of the Gold Glover, Scott, rolling and into the corner. And here comes Headley. He's rounded third. The throw by Cabrera is not in time, and the Padres have won in another walk-off on Fox.
Underneath the glove of the sure-handed Scott Rowland. Gomes does a great job of getting it in, but it's too late. The 11th walk-off win for the San Diego Padres. Bring him home, bring him home. Chase Headley on his horse.
And he might be running all the way into October. Under the glove of the 7-time Gold Glover. And the Padres pull even with the Giants atop the National League West.
Sunday in America's finest city, and Petco Park the scene on a hot Sunday afternoon. Temperature will reach 90 degrees down on the field as the Cincinnati Reds and San Diego Padres complete this weekend 3-game series.
He'll face Drew Stubbs to lead it off for the first place Cincinnati Reds in the National League Central. Their magic number is down to 2. And the first pitch of the game in there, a fastball. However, St. Louis is winning handily at Chicago 8-2. A combination of 2 wins or losses, St. Louis and Cincinnati, would assure their playoff spot. Votto hit his 36th home run into the right field bleachers yesterday, and he crushes this one to left field. That is deep, and it is gone. Votto, number 37. What a hitter he is. As he circles the bases, Votto is number 2 in the league in batting, number 3 in home runs, and number 3 in RBIs. Now that is production.
And you may be looking at the National League MVP of 2010. Why? Sure, there are other guys in the race, but this guy has helped his club. Chances are they're going to win the Central because of numbers from Joey Votto. But the most impressive thing here, how about opposite field?
Gonzalez-like. Adrian Gonzalez-like.
Yeah.
Scott Rowland fouls it out of play. Votto yesterday singled in the first run. Then they intentionally walked him. He homered to right. Finally struck out. Luke Gregerson got him. And then they intentionally passed him again. 2 for 3 yesterday with 2 of the 3 runs driven in for Cincinnati. Joey Votto. After what he's shown yesterday and today, a base on ball seems very much in order, even if you are walking the leadoff man.
Yep.
Oh, a changeup.
Yeah. Big smile with the big cambio. It's a good pitch.
And fires that fastball inside, backs him away, full count.
That is something that Clayton Richard is not afraid to do. Righties and lefties alike. Pound that fastball on the inside part of the plate or off the plate.
And the 26-year-old, well, he turned 27 earlier this month, Canadian from Toronto, has the walk to lead off the 4th inning.
There's Billy Hatcher, the first base coach for the Redlegs.
Another chance for Ludwig in the alley. Can he get there? No, it's off his glove. Votto running all the way. Here comes the relay in, and he's going to try to score. No, he stops after taking a aggressive turn to third base. Oh, again, that ball fooling the outfielder Ludwig. It carried more than he thought. And Gomes has a double off Ludwig's glove, and that moves a tying run to third and a go-ahead score to second with 1 out.
And Joey Votto had to hold up because if Ryan Ludwig catches that ball, he's got to go back and tag. So what a great effort. We saw a great effort by Christian Orvia earlier in the game going back, and this ball actually off the glove of Ludwig, just out of the webbing. So give us a good look. Oh, off the fingers, and a little visit out to the mound as we take a look at Votto. He's got to hold up.
He was already to second base, and finally the stop sign thrown up. He was going to go until he saw those arms raised at third.
That's why, as a third base coach, Mark Berry, you saw him shuffling down the line so he can get an angle on where the ball is. And then, you know, a runner can always go about 2 or 3 steps, maybe 4 steps past third base, full bore, and put on the brakes and get back. And that's why it's, you know, the instant decision time for the third base coach. And he threw up his arms right at the last second.
The Reds' third hit of the game, a double for Gomes, sending Votto to third, bringing up Brandon Phillips, struck out his first time. Padres are going to bring in the corner infielders, and they'll try to make the play at the plate while Cabrera and Eckstein up the middle will play back. Top hitting team in the league, top pitching team, the Padres in the league, and they're 1-2 in defense. Padres first, the Reds second in defense, fielding. First base open, and Chris Heisey, right-handed batter, on deck.
Yeah, I think Clayton Richard would rather pitch to a guy named Heisey rather than to a guy who's been around for a while with the last name of Phillips, who's put up some good numbers at the big league level. See if he throws him an off-speed pitch here, 2-0, down and away. Yeah, this is the old pitch around.
Set up the double play by walking Phillips, and here is the intentional walk, the final ball 4. So Heisey steps up, a rookie. Bases loaded, 1 out. And Heisey, not that many plate appearances. You saw 17 RBIs, but 7 home runs out of his 46 hits. He's got 9 doubles, a triple, and 7 home runs. So 17 extra base hits out of 46 total. And he's got some punch.
Of players that have grown this year, this guy sure has. He's played solid defense. He's been great off the bench. That's a shot down the left field line. It'll go into the corner. 1 run will score. 2 runs are scoring. Here comes Phillips around third. He's going to score. And how about Chris Heisey? Chris, he said he learned this year in the pinch hitting role that he's been at to look at his at bats differently, and he took this almost like a pinch hitting at bat, and boy did he drill this one past the bag.
Well, good pinch hitters are able to get up there and look for a first pitch to hit if you can get your pitch. And he's very quick on the inner fastball, Chris Heisey, as we've seen that before, and he just drops that bat head and goes right down the line, right past Chase Headley, and it skirted the little outcropping of stands down there and went right all the way into the corner. So Votto scores, Phillips scores, and then Gomes comes all the way around to score.
Then the double by Gomes, the intentional pass to Phillips, and Heisey makes the Padres pay for it. It's 4-2. 3-0 now to Gomes. 4-pitch walk to lead off the 6th. Leadoff walk started the 3-run inning in the 4th. That's the 4th walk from Richard. His pitch count at 77.
And we know that the walk can come back to bite Clayton Richard. He needs to find that release point and make some quality pitches, working down like he did in L.A. when he went a strong 9. Try to get a grounder for a double play.
Phillips walked in the 4th. He and Votto on base with Richard walks. Both scored on that 3-run double from Chris Heisey.
Two balls, 1 strike. Down the right field line, curving towards the corner. It will be
fair ball.
Fair ball and a homer. Wow. Brandon didn't even know for himself. He took 2 steps and just waited, and then he said, "This may stay fair." He clanks it off the pole, and for Brandon Phillips, his 17th homer, put 2 more on the board. The Reds lead at 6-2.
Well, he's hit into some bad luck lately. There's no question about that. But you're not going to rob him when he hits the ball that high and that far opposite field, off the fair pole. And the Reds have been dialing long distance here in San Diego today.
That's a long distance for Bob Castellini, who's come to see his club win, and they're leading at 6-2 here. He gets a big hug from Cabrera. One more look at a doinker down the line, Chris.
When you pitch up in the zone like that and you have somebody who's willing to hit the ball the other way, that's a dangerous spot. And that's no cheapie. That baby is way out of here.
Runner goes. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Slider gets Gonzalez. And for Homer Bailey, that's only his 4th strikeout of the game. He chased. And down goes Torrealba on a slider. 5 strikeouts for Bailey. The Cincinnati fans, the Cardinals edge the Cubs 8-7. So if the Reds should win, their magic number will be down to 1. And they'll go home 3 against Houston, 3 against Milwaukee. There'll be a chance for the Reds fans to celebrate the playoffs. As Headley goes down swinging, and Homer Bailey seems to be getting better as the game wears on. 113 pitches. He strikes out 2 in the 7th inning. It remains 6-2.
Just drilled to left, going back, looking up. It's going to be gone. What a day for Chris Heisey. Well, Dusty Baker's pushed the right buttons a number of times this year, balancing and looking at a lineup that's had to change. Tom Williams and Bob Castellini looking on as Heisey drills his 8th homer.
Here.
That's the 14th home run allowed by Mojica this year. That's a Padres record for a bullpen. Did he beat your record here?
Yeah, well, no, he
That's ball 4. So it's a free pass among the contenders for the better part of the last week. That hits him in the back. Stubbs will be on. Coming around third to the plate will be Hannigan. He'll score, and the Reds play add-on, a virtual tie with the Padres for first. That's in the dirt, ball 4. 2-ball count to Joey. Votto already today is homered. That's a line shot in the left. That's going to drop for a hit. 1 run scores. Rounding third coming to the plate. A 2nd run will score as Stubbs scampers home. And Votto has picked up 2 more runs batted in. So he now has 111 on the season. To right. That'll drop for a hit. They're going to send the runner from third, and there will not be a throw. So Giannis will come home, and the Reds have their 11th run of the afternoon. They lead it 11-2. Scott Rowland gets his first hit for the Reds. And there's ball 4. Well, the Reds have batted around here in the 8th ballpark and celebrate the postseason. That's a bouncer back to the pitcher. They'll go to the plate, and he'll throw it away. What a brain cramp. It'll produce a run. I mean, that's a tailor-made double play.
Right back to the mound. Cordero fields, and the ball game is over. The Reds very impressively showed why they lead the National League in run production hitting with a 12-2 pounding of the Padres. So the Reds, magic number reduced to 1. They go home against Houston, and we send our best wishes to the Cincinnati team and Dusty Baker. A lot of Southern California ball players on his team. Good man Baker, and it seems quite apparent now that they will be the National League Central Division champs. Well, the Padres do get 2 out of 3. They still remain a half game there. Baker with a wave off to Buddy. But they still have a half game lead on Atlanta for the wild card. And they fall into second place, a half game behind San Francisco. They play the Cubs tomorrow night. The Giants are idle. A win for San Diego against Carlos Zambrano, and they'll be tied for first with 6 to go. So plenty of excitement ahead here at Petco Park. And we'll be right back with the final totals as the Reds have won it today, 12-2, hotter than the weather.
Reds have a chance to clinch, and they are off tonight. Pirates, though, have to win.
It's not the way you want to do it. You want to celebrate on the field.
Here's a little ground ball to first. This should do it. McClellan to the bag, and the Cardinals hold on for a 6-4 win.
Reds rounding third and heading for home. The hometown team can clinch the division for the first time in 15 years.
And so we are live at the ballpark tonight with the players, the fans, and even a look at your first pitch forecast tonight. We start our team coverage with Sports Director Ken Brew live at Great American Ballpark. Hi, Ken.
Cherie, 15 years ago was a long time ago, no matter who you are, what you've done, or what you might be doing right now. It's been 15 years since the Reds have gone to the National League playoffs, but they have a chance to do just that tonight. If they win tonight or if St. Louis loses, the Reds are going. We've got video from the Reds earlier this afternoon getting ready for tonight's game. Now, this is no patsy that they're playing tonight. Even though the Astros are out of the race and they're in third place, this is a team that's been playing baseball better over the last course of the month. And they face a pitcher tonight in Wandy Rodriguez that has had their number. But the Reds counter with Edinson Volquez. He has pitched well by and large since coming back from Tommy John surgery. This is a team sprinkled with veterans who've been here before, one of whom is Scott Rowland, who has this to say this afternoon.
We still have to play baseball, obviously. You know, that's the one thing. I don't mean to be Debbie Downer, but you know, go out and play and hopefully, you know, get us a win tonight and not have to sit around and wait to see what they do. And get in here, get the tarps up, put some terrible music on, get some champagne going.
Here's Brandon Phillips before tonight's warm-up, before tonight's game, on what might be in store for his Cincinnati Reds.
It's going to be nice just to do it in front of the home crowd. Hopefully that we sold out today, and hopefully that the fans come out and just show us the love that we've been giving back to them. And I know it's been since '95 since anything has happened here, and I'm really looking forward to it, man. I mean, the city deserves it, and so do we.
Be champagne going if they clinch tonight. In fact, the MVP tonight may be clubhouse manager Rick Stowe, who not only has to buy the bubbly, but put up the protective plastic around the lockers. That's the story from down here at Great American Ballpark as we're about an hour away from first pitch.
Well, it has turned into an absolutely picture-perfect weather night for baseball in downtown Cincinnati, and a big walk-up crowd all day today rolling into Great American Ballpark and hoping it'll be a long night as well. A long night of celebrating a National League Central Division championship. A win tonight by the Reds guarantees that for the first time since 1995. And hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley. I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball. Cowboy, you have been in this position in the clubhouse, getting ready to take the field, knowing you have a chance to make franchise history. I would imagine the butterflies are floating around.
Well, they're the best kind of butterflies, Tom. I mean, anytime that you have a chance to pull off a championship and to do something that no other team here has done in 10 years, it's got to be a great feeling for these guys. It's something that they've waited for a long time. I'm sure everybody was hoping that they would do it before now, but what better place to do it than home?
And what better way to do it than to win? They could have done it last night. St. Louis won its game, but now a chance to bring matters into your home, fans, and win it right here at Great American Ballpark. When we come back, the man on the mound who's hoping to end the night with a victory, a Central Division championship victory, is Edinson Volquez. We'll talk about him when we return. All right, here we go. Bourgeois to lead things off. Playing in his 64th game since being brought up from the minor leagues, a .234 hitter. He looks at a fastball, strike one, says our home plate umpire Dan Iasonia, and this game is underway. Scott Berry at first, Jerry Meals at second, and the crew chief is Tim McClellan down at third base. Breaking ball is in there, strike two.
Don't think for a minute that Volquez is intimidated at all about this being a big game tonight.
Struck him out on 3 pitches to start the night. Volquez throwing very hard early on here tonight.
And you see how far Lee had to go out just to get to that baseball. Once you establish that you can throw a strike on the outside corner, you make those big guys have to reach out there to get it. Now he is opened up not only another pitch like this, you see that pitch is outside there, but the ball is running back to the plate, and that's what Lee has to guard against.
Threw him a breaking ball, and it's in the air to Drew Stubbs. It's a scoreless opening inning for the Astros. Stubbs will lead things off when the Reds come to bat, trying to jump on Wandy Rodriguez. As Drew Stubbs in center, Orlando Cabrera at short, Joey Votto batting third and first. Scott Moore in a cleanup hitter, Johnny Gomes in left, Brandon Phillips in a 6-hole at second, and a ladder third of Jay Bruce, Ramon Hernandez, and Edinson Volquez against 11 and 12. Left-hander Wandy Rodriguez, he of the ERA slightly over 3.5. He's had a nice year.
He really has, Tom, and he's going to have his work cut out for him. This is a club that struggled a little bit on the road, but that excitement and that energized ball club, you could see it and you could feel it when you go down into the locker room today. It's a little bit different ball club than we saw out on the road.
Stubbs at 251, 20 home, 1 home run, 73 batted in.
Especially with the way this guy has been swinging the bat.
Of course, Stubbs began the year in the leadoff spot, was there for about 3.5 weeks, and then when the Reds had 7 wins against 11 losses, and ironically they went to Houston to face these Astros, it's where the first major shakeup in the batting order took place. With Stubbs dropped down to the 7th spot, Cabrera to the leadoff spot, and Brandon Phillips into the 2-hole with Roland to the cleanup spot. A major overhaul, and the Reds won 23 of their next 32 games.
Amazing, isn't it? Just a little bit of shift in the lineup.
Out of play, 3-2 on Stubbs.
And Dusty's done that throughout the season. It's just a little bit of movement here, a little bit of movement there.
Three and 2 on Stubbs, and he takes a walk. He had the 26 stolen bases on the season, so he's aboard to begin the first inning.
Now you look at that last pitch and you think to yourself, the ball was right down the heart of the plate. Well, it was down the heart of the plate, but it was low, and Dan Iasonia is more of an high ball umpire. He may give you a pitch that's up around the belt line, but that pitch that's down around the shins that a lot of pitchers love to have, as Rodriguez wanted to have there, not going to get it.
Orlando Cabrera, the batting average up to 262. There goes a runner, pitch in the dirt, and no chance to throw out Stubbs. Stolen base number 27.
When you get a jump like this, there's not too many catchers in the league that can throw you out. And Drew Stubbs, green light all the way, as Dusty Baker says. When he picks the right time, as fast as he is, Tom, there's not too many guys in either league that can gun him down.
Count of 2-0 on Orlando Cabrera. Now he wants timeout, waiting too long on Wandy Rodriguez.
And this really works well for the Reds setup offensively, because Cabrera hits the ball to the right side. Now with no outs, you can get Stubbs to third.
Pulls the bat away, showing bunt. And now 3-0. Well, a 3-0. You got to believe Cabrera takes a strike here, or does he put down a bunt, figuring you're going to get a fastball right down the middle?
Well, I think he may take a strike here. And if he ends up walking, then you have a situation where you've got, and that's probably what he's asking right now. He's probably asking Mark Berry, the third base coach, hey, if this is a pitch right down the middle, do you want me to bunt it and move him over to third, or do you want me to take it and let Joey hit with runners at first and second?
And he takes a pitch, and it's ball 4. So consecutive walks to begin the Reds' first inning. And here comes Joey Votto.
And what we're seeing right now, Tom, and this really works to Joey's advantage, the ball down in the strike zone is not being called a strike. So for Wandy Rodriguez, in his head, he's thinking he's got to lift the ball up a little bit. If he raises the ball up any at all to Votto out over the plate, we may have a 3-0 lead early.
Votto at 326, 37 home runs, and 111 runs batted in. Second in the league in batting, second in home runs, third in runs driven in. And he looks at a ball. And Votto is looking for something to hammer the first strike where he likes it. Got a breaking ball, and this will be a double play. I'm not sure he was looking breaking ball there on 1-0. And all of a sudden now, it goes from 2 on and nobody out to 1 on and 2 out.
Well, this ball starts in the middle of the inside corner and breaks away from him. Normally, for Joey facing Rodriguez, the breaking ball is more of a curveball type. That looked like a cut fastball, and it looked as though Joey was surprised by the pitch. Hit it right off the end of the bat.
Now Scott Rowland, a 288 hitter, 20 home runs, 83 batted in. Reds looking for the 2-out hit, something they have done all year long. And here's strike 1 to Rowland. In so many categories, the Reds batter lead the National League in, including batting with runners in scoring position and batting with runners in scoring position and 2 men out. They scored 321 runs with 2 outs in an inning. But Rodriguez ahead of Rowland at 0-2.
Doesn't that amaze you, Tom? You really have the same kind of bunch on the field of play from last year, even though there are some additions. But last year with 2 outs, this club couldn't buy a hit to get a run in. And you add a few guys with just a little bit of knowledge of how to hit with runners in scoring position, all of a sudden, everybody's doing it well.
Fastball up, check swing, and no appeal. It's 1-2 on Rowland. You saw that note. A 19-point spread in that category between the Reds and the next closest team, St. Louis, the team they're trying to officially eliminate tonight.
And everybody wanted to crucify Walt Jocketty when they signed or traded for this guy right here. And he's one of those guys in the locker room that can explain to you how to handle the pressure with 2 outs, how to hit the ball, where to hit the ball, and where to expect it.
Off the outside corner, that'll even the count on Rowland at 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Very rarely do you ever see Scott Rowland over anxious. Do you see him swinging at pitches that are 2-0 and over his head? Yeah, he'll chase a few now and then. Smart hitter.
Rowland has worked at full after falling behind in this at bat. 0-2 against Rodriguez. He has Stubbs at third with 2 away. A scoreless game in the bottom of the first inning. On the ground, backhanded by Johnson. A long throw, and it gets by the first baseman Wallace. Rowland on his way to second. The slide there. He's safe, and the Reds lead 1-0.
Tom, you said it as good as you can say it. 0-2 to 3-2. He fought off the bad pitches. He finally gets a pitch middle in that he can hit hard. He hits it right down the third baseline. And it looks as though Chris Johnson was trying to set his feet but didn't realize how far he had to go. And Rowland not only gets the ball gets himself to first base, he gets on to second.
So the count is even on Carlos Lee at 2-2 with a runner at first, 1 out. The Reds down a run here in the top of the 3rd inning.
You can see here, this is where Volquez is struggling right now. He's struggling with the curveball, and it is his 3rd best pitch. He wants to throw it more, but yet those are the pitches that are being hit out into the outfield, or the balls that the Astros are being able to reach base on.
Two coming to Carlos Lee. And the count is full.
That was a changeup there, and Volquez tried to make that pitch too good. And what I mean by saying too good, he tried to roll it over with his fingers too hard. The ball was way too low by the time it got into the eyesight area of the hitter. They're not going to swing at that.
3-2 on Lee. The runner goes, and it's in the air straight away center field. Hit pretty well. Stubbs back to the wall, leaps, and he got it. What a play by Drew Stubbs to take away a 2-run home run. A standing ovation indeed.
I tell you, folks, you're going to see a whole lot more of that from Drew Stubbs in a Reds uniform. He's just getting started. It's a big pitch right here, Tom.
It's a big run out there at second base in a 1-run game. Got him looking, and the inning is over.
Nice, nice, nice.
Volquez fans aside. All right, coming up, Cabrera, Votto, rolling. Reds trying to get in front.
I'd say it's about time for the old boys to break out.
I'm with you.
One hit, 1 run, heart of the order coming up. Let's go and make something happen.
Well, here we go. Cabrera to start things. Then Votto, then Roland. Wandy Rodriguez has walked 3 batters. He's hit a batter and has struck out 8. Cabrera drew a walk in the first inning, reached on an error on a tapper, slowly hit up the third base line, bobbled by Johnson. That was in the 3rd inning. And a rocket by Johnson this time, and a tying run aboard to begin the inning.
Cabrera went up there sitting on the breaking ball, and when he got it, hammered it. Took 2 fastballs, 1 down, 1 right down the middle, and then he throws him the breaking ball, and the veteran says, not this go round.
Well, all of a sudden, you get the leadoff man aboard in an inning. We talked about the crowd. They're just itching for something to get going, and man, you can feel the vibe running through this place immediately with Votto coming up. Well, you look down that third base line, everybody in about 3 or 4 sections are standing up. Oh, Votto had a hearty cut and fouled it away. Wow. Votto the go-ahead run at the plate. He has Cabrera the tying run at first with nobody out here in the last of the 6th inning. And it's a base hit in the right field. Cabrera will stop at second base. Pence getting to it quickly. And now the first 2 aboard here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Drop down, breaking ball. And Votto saw that. He's been seeing it all night. The drop down and the cut the other way. Look where he catches this ball. Right about dirt time and just pulls it the other way. You're talking about staying on the baseball. Awfully good. That using one hand, Tom, really allows you to get that extra extension out there.
Now nearly everybody in this ballpark on their feet. Roland jumps on the first pitch, pulls it foul. The Reds' magic number stands at 1. A victory here tonight in front of a big crowd at Great American Ballpark, and their Central Division champions.
And about as clutch as you can get standing at home plate.
Two on Roland.
We have a changeup there, Tom. We haven't seen that maybe once or twice the whole ball game.
Full count.
Is this a little deja vu from the first at bat? 0-2 to 3-2. Got a base hit. 0-2 to 3-2 here. We shall see.
Do it again.
That's a pretty gutsy pitch right there. 3-2, threw him a curveball, started outside, and the thing about it for Roland is you've got to pull the trigger. You can see the knuckle curve coming out of the hand. He starts it off the plate, and as the ball comes back, you don't swing, you're struck out. Boy, it is getting loud in here.
They're loaded.
Louder.
I'm often reminded of a conversation with Bobby Valentine the last time the Reds sniffed a chance in the postseason, the one-game playoff at Riverfront Stadium in '99. Bobby Valentine, then the manager of the New York Mets, who the Reds, of course, played in that one-game playoff, said without question Riverfront Stadium was the single loudest stadium he's ever been in his life on that particular day. When tickets went on sale early Monday morning after a very late Sunday night, the game was going to be late Monday afternoon, and it sold out in an hour. And even though we don't have a sellout here tonight, we've had an unbelievable walk-up crowd, sending the attendance well over the 30,000 plus mark tonight. And now the Reds with a chance to, if not tie, to take the lead. Well, now this becomes an enormous at-bat for the Reds in this inning with one out.
Early in the season, you could almost say this would be virtually automatic. Phillips against a left-handed hitter. But after getting hit in the hand, you can't really say that anymore. He's going to have to battle here.
Brandon in the game has been hit by a pitch and drawn a walk. So he clearly has seen the ball well, something you can't say for a lot of Reds hitters against Wandy Rodriguez tonight.
Well, Brandon has the ability to hit the ball the other way.
as good as anybody. Patience and get your pitch.
1-0 on Phillips. Fouls it away to even account of a ball and a strike.
Fastball middle away there as Rodriguez had to get a strike over the plate. That's just missing it.
What is very much has a postseason feel this inning. Everybody standing in Great American Ballpark, facing a very tough pitcher on the mound, down a run, big at bats. And a breaking ball is low, 2-1 to Brandon Phillips.
The thing that I love about this, Tom, is that the at-bats are grinded out. They're not just wailing at the ball like they were earlier in the ball game. Every swing, every pitch is thought out.
Pull the string on him, and now all of a sudden it's a 2-2 count on Brandon Phillips. Well, you can't have it laid out any better than the Reds have had in this inning. Bases loaded and nobody out. And now there's one out. 2-2 to Phillips.
Wandy Rodriguez started this inning with 75 pitches. He is now at 103. And it's amazing he has not made a mistake here with the bases loaded.
He really has the Reds hitters very much fooled, these last two hitters, as to whether he's throwing breaking ball, whether he's throwing the changeup you brought up, when he's throwing the fastball, where he's throwing the fastball. There aren't a lot of good swings in these at-bats from Gomes or Phillips. They are grinding the at-bats. But Gomes pops up. And now what will Brandon Phillips do on a 2-2 pitch? A ground ball in the hole. This will tie the game. And safe the call at second base. It's 2-2.
Some big time hustle from Scott Rowland to get from first to second base, and a tough play by the shortstop Sanchez. He just couldn't quite get it there enough for Keppinger to stretch and keep his foot on the bag.
Alrighty, well, the big roar you hear is for Aroldis Chapman, who comes on from the Reds bullpen. Of course, he got the loss Saturday. On Friday night in San Diego, all 25 pitches that he threw were at least 100 miles per hour, with a high of 105 against Tony Gwynn. 3 others at 104. And the 105 pitch to Gwynn is the fastest ever recorded using the pitch/FX system in the history of baseball.
And this will be his 13th time on the mound for the Reds. He has pitched in 10 1/3 innings. He's given up 8 hits, no home runs. He's only walked 5. That was the big concern amongst everybody. And he struck out 14.
Foul out of play there. 2-2 to Johnson.
It's almost the more deliberate he is coming to home plate, the harder the ball is coming out of his hand. And I think a lot of that is allowing him to get his arm up into that good power position and throwing downhill. Struck him out. That was a curveball.
If you're looking ahead of the bottom of the ninth inning, the Reds will have Jay Bruce, Ramon Hernandez, and then a pinch hitter for Aroldis Chapman. St. Louis trails 4-2. Pirates batting in the top of the sixth inning. Well, we saw the curveball 2-2 to Johnson. Do we see the curveball or slider 2-2 here to Michaels?
Curveball. Even when the curveball does not break a whole lot downwards, it still has that cross break from outside to inside, and that's what locks up Michaels here.
Two away in the inning, and here's Sanchez. Fastball in the outside corner that hits triple digits.
Oh, he's heating up.
Crowd oohs and ahs. A delayed reaction is the radar gun out in left center field for all the world to see. 1-1 to Sanchez. Ground ball to short. Aroldis Chapman with a 1-2-3 ninth.
Nice job.
All right. Magic number at 1 of the ninth inning in a 2-2 game.
It appears to be Tim Burdack on the mound. I can't clarify that right now.
Well, we know we have a left-hander, Jay Bruce, coming up to start things here in the bottom of the ninth.
It is Tim Burdack. Since July 31st, he's allowed 1 run in 25 appearances, and he went 22 consecutive appearances without allowing a run. So the left-hander has limited left-handed hitters since the start of 2007 to a 174 average.
Jay Bruce digging in to start tonight. High drive, left center field, racing back to the wall. Bourgeois. The Reds are National League Central Division champions. The last time the Reds won the National League Central Division, Jay Bruce was 7 years old. And here we are in 2010, and Bruce's home run on the first pitch in the bottom of the ninth sends his ballpark into pandemonium, and the entire region will celebrate a trip to the playoffs. How about that?
And he does it against the guy who doesn't give up hits against left-handers. 5th best in Major League Baseball. Wow.
Getting the clubhouse ready to roll. Rick Stowe, Bernie Stowe, their staff. Ready to break out the bubbly for a long night of celebrating, Cowboy.
Boy, this brings back
Bruce, number 22 on the year. And the Reds clinch on this September the 28th, 2010, a Central Division championship.
Brings back a whole lot of memories, except it was next door where the parking lot is. There's no better feeling than being first.
Of course, for manager Dusty Baker, this now becomes the 3rd time that he takes a team to the postseason. First San Francisco, 2003 Chicago, and now 2010 Cincinnati. And here's the way it ended.
Fastball, middle in. See you later. Forget about the breaking ball. I'm looking heater.
There have been so many celebrations for this Reds team like that one right there this year, but none like that one right there.
Absolute pandemonium. You set it up earlier, Tom, talking about this club coming back, and yes, they did do that.
Let's go downstairs to Jeff Piccoro standing by with Dusty Baker.
Thanks a lot, Tom and Jeff. Boy, Dusty, I'll tell you what. As you can tell, guys, this is one happy bunch of guys. And Dusty, it was only fitting that this team comes from behind and wins it tonight.
Yeah, it was, and win it like that too. You know, that Jed, you know, I know he felt bad about that double play. My boys are so happy. The whole city's happy, and it's fitting that we did it here at home. I mean, that was such a great thing. We just love everybody. Thank you for the support. Thanks for everything.
The pitching tonight, fantastic. Again, you got great starting pitching. The relievers came in and shut them down, and it was only a matter of time. This team has been blessed all year, and you knew that it was going to happen sooner or later. What a crowd that came out tonight, too, Dusty.
Yeah, and they're with us every pitch. I mean, that meant a big deal, big thing to us. And I tell you, like I said, it's only fitting that Jay Bruce hit that home run, you know, to win the game. And, boy, I love this team. I love Cincinnati. Thank you.
Dusty, you've been there before. You've been to the World Series before. But for these young guys, what were you telling them leading up to this? Because there was so much pressure. All they needed was to win one game, and they got it.
Well, I really didn't tell them anything. Just say, go out and play. Go out and play, believe, and it'll happen. And it happened.
How enjoyable is this for you?
Well, it's very enjoyable for me. I'll tell you, this is what we came here for. And it's a dream come true to all of us. And, man, I'm happy. God damn, I'm happy right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Dusty. Well, Dusty Baker, for the 45th time, the Cincinnati Reds come from behind, are victorious. Let's send it over to my partner, Jim Day.
Big thank you very much. It is time to celebrate, Cincinnati Reds fans. September 28, 2010. Your Reds are National League Central Division champions. We're not done. We're just getting started. We got the champagne, the celebration, the interviews. It's all coming up on the proud home of the Reds, Fox Sports, Ohio. I think I'm going to cry. Come back after this with us. Time to celebrate.
So here's Burdick and here's Bruce.
And a high fly ball, center field. He hit it a ton. It's gone. And the 2010 Central Division Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds. Jay Bruce explodes the first pitch into the grass and straightaway center field. He is being mobbed by his teammates. They met him at home plate. They ran him up the first base foul line. They're approaching the mound. The bullpenners are coming out, and everybody's getting in on the celebration at the mound as the crowd roars here at Great American Ballpark. The first pitch, he rockets onto the lawn and straightaway center field. His 22nd home run of the season, and this one belongs to the Reds. What a scene down on the field. The players, it all belongs to them out beyond the mound. The coaching staff, the manager, they come in very, very slowly. Jay Bruce, the happiest young man in this ballpark. He had a rough night until he got what he wanted and hit it out of here to center field. A home run that wins the game and wraps up the National League Central Division Championship.
Welcome to Reds Live Postgame Show, presented by King's Honda. Here is your host, Jim Day.
It is a moment Jay Bruce has waited his whole life for. Are you kidding me? A walk-off Central Division winning home run. Cincinnati wins 3-2. Champions of the Central. Playoff bound they are. You are looking live at the Reds clubhouse celebration. The champagne aplenty. The guys gathered in a group, and why not? It's been a long, long time since 1995. Here we are along the third base side, and it's as fired up as I've ever seen a Reds crowd. Pardon me for yelling, but I can't hear myself. But it's just like we like it. Welcome to Reds Live, presented by King's Honda. Jim Day with you. I have never been prouder to sit in this chair than I am right now. Check out the fans. They are large in number. A massive walk-up crowd for the Cincinnati Reds tonight. And it was as if the baseball gods were shining down on Cincinnati because they didn't clinch on the road. They didn't clinch by backing in. They didn't clinch with the Cardinals losing. They won in the most dramatic fashion and deservedly Central Division champions. They've got the plastic up in the clubhouse. They've got the champagne ready to go. And I imagine, just a hunch, to all you bosses out there, there's going to be a few people calling in sick tomorrow. Just saying. Man of the hour is Jay Bruce. He's with Jeff McCarl. Pick.
Hey, thanks a lot, Jim. I'm here with Jay Bruce. And Jay, it was only fitting for you guys to win it with a walk-off home run. You guys have come back from behind so many times this year.
Absolutely, man. This took 25 guys, and I mean, it's unbelievable. You can't explain it. You cannot explain it. What's going on in there right now is something I'm never going to forget.
You've hit home runs before. You've hit walk-off home runs before. But was there anything like the feeling when that ball left your back because you knew it was gone immediately, didn't you?
No. Everything went to a blur. That's definitely the quickest I ran around the bases. I just wanted to get home to see the guys.
How cool is this right now?
It's you can't explain it. It's seriously surreal. I'm just so happy to be in this situation, man. I mean, I literally can't explain it.
Hey, thanks a lot, Jim. I'm here with two of the big guns for this team all year. Brandon Phillips on my right, Arthur Rhodes on my left. And I want to start with you, Arthur. You've been so integral to this team, and I don't think that the people out there, I know that they don't realize how much pain that you've been in this last month, really, pitching on that sore foot. And it's been hard, hasn't it?
Yeah, man, it's been real hard. I've been pitching through the whole about the second half of the season. But you know what? You got to grind it out. You got to go out there and play hard. And that's what I've been doing, man. I don't care about pain. I just go out there every day and still do my job.
Arthur, this has been a great year for you. Obviously, you made the All-Star team, and that was huge. And now this minute, you're getting back into postseason play.
Yeah, man, All-Star game was great. Now we're in the postseason play right now. We just got to move on to the next level and keep it going.
Oh, that's cold, too. Yes, it is, baby. Yes, it is. Brandon Phillips, you said that you have never tasted alcohol before tonight, but I bet it never tasted sweeter, did it?
Man, it tastes so good, man, but this is going to be the last time I'm taking this other when we keep on clinching. That's all it's about, baby.
All right, they call him Johnny Gomes. He's with Jeff Vaccaro. Let's go back to the clubhouse.
Johnny G, the Panthaloma Flash, is stepping in now. Dude, this has to be, you were there with Tampa Bay, got to get to the World Series with them, right. But to be an integral part of this team and play such a big role as you had this year, after everybody had written you off, the injuries that you had, the stuff that you had to come back through, this has to be sweet.
It really does. It tastes so much better. I mean, we can't forget, I came over here to the, the oldest organization in baseball. I mean, not only am I a player, but I'm a huge fan of the game and appreciate the game. And, we got to tip our hats to the people who wore this uniform before we did, first and foremost, with the fans that we have and the fan base. And, it's just an awesome organization to be a part of. And I'm just so glad, everyone in here gets a taste of this playoffs atmosphere. It's something special.
You've been there before, but this never gets old, does it?
No, it doesn't get old. And, it's great, to see, some grown men, with tears in their eyes. It really shows how special this is. And, Jay Bruce hit the walk-off tonight. Couldn't happen to a better guy and a better kid. And, homegrown, raised through this organization. I mean, it really did take a whole organization to get where we are now.
Long time coming, and what makes it so special, at least for me, is guys like Joey and Jay and Paul and Ryan, all of us coming up together, all those years. And, everybody always dreams of this, I can remember being back in A-ball, AA, whatever, and then all of a sudden all of us coming up together, we all know each other, and having this celebration all together, it really means something.
And I want to turn to my longtime broadcasting partner here, Chris Welsh, and obviously Chris wasn't doing the game tonight, but Chris, this whole season has been almost like a dream for this team, hasn't it?
Pick, it just goes to show you when they get together and play as a team, and the sum of these parts is much bigger than any of these guys individually, and they've shown that. I mean, all the come-from-behind wins. Tonight was the, microcosm of the whole season. They believe in themselves, and I think it took a little while for the city of Cincinnati to believe in them. But the crowd that was there tonight, the excitement, they started standing up in the sixth inning. I don't think they ever sat down again. It's really something.
Chris, I want to ask you about the pitching. The pitching has been so good this year. He's something else, isn't he? The pitching this year has been fantastic. And this last couple of weeks, they've really turned the corner. And the young guys, I think each one is thinking, is this an audition for the postseason?
Well, it is, but everybody wants to turn it up because you don't want to back into the postseason. Right. You want to show everybody, those guys that are on the cusp, of making the postseason roster, this is their last push. This is.
All right, we're still here. We're going to get to that. I don't know who just got me. Oh, it's Arthur Rhodes and Johnny Gomes.
Hey, wait, what?
How we doing? I'm digging these goggles. That is cold.
Take that shit, all right?
I am digging these goggles. Thank you very much. Let's put the earpiece back in here. If you're just joining us, there they go. I should have never.
Y'all through yet? Hey, we did it. We did it.
It never gets old. This is as wonderful a thing as you could ever have.
Are they doing it right?
Yeah, they doing it right. Let them do it. I told them, man, they're going to party like it's 1999. That's what it feels like.
Nothing you can explain. This is just you got to live this right now. You got to live the moment. And that's what we're doing right now. You know, we're living the moment.
It doesn't get any better than it is right now. Right now. It's wonderful.
All right, let's go inside that Reds clubhouse for the celebration.
We talked about it. He let me stay in there, man, and I really appreciate it. He stuck with me through everything, and it's been great.
Storybook, and that's a storybook ending. Jay Bruce, one of the core guys in this organization, couldn't happen to a better kid, couldn't happen to a harder worker kid, but as a whole, the whole organization will win.
Ohio for that fantastic coverage of the celebration at Great American Ballpark.
Bottom line, Reds win it. 3-2, bottom of the ninth home run by Jay Bruce, just loving it. This is a live shot of downtown Cincinnati at Fountain Square with a whole lot of love going around town.
The Reds, 2010 Central Division champs.
We'll be right back.
3-2 final. They're bound for the playoffs for the first time since 1995. Let me take you into the locker room. Kudos to my men, Adam Robbins and Mike Davidson, for taking a champagne bath. The craziness would ensue. These guys were ready for a little celebration. It has been a long time coming, and this team that was expected to do nothing all year long has resiliently fought back day after day, series after series, and have now taken the Central Division Championship, and they want more.
I can't describe it, man. I had nothing to say. I don't know. There's nothing to explain this. You guys got to just look at this to explain this. Something I'll never forget, neither will they.
They're all special, different situations. Whew. That went the wrong way. I'm going to pull my kids in here in a second, so I haven't gotten that opportunity yet. So obviously this one's special because your life changes and things are different along the way. So I'm going to enjoy this one.
I think everybody knew it was gone as soon as he hit it, and half the guys were on the field before it landed, I think. But we've come to expect this year, comeback victories and winning in the last 3 outs of a game, and it just kind of topped off a year that we've had from front to back with everybody contributing. Jay struggles early on in the night, comes through with a big hit late in the night. It's the way it's been around here, you know what I mean? And there's not a lot of teams I think you could say, that all 25 guys or more have contributed all year long to get us to where we're at.
And that is the truth. Talked to owner Bob Castellini, and he says he actually believed that this might be the year at the start of spring training. GM Walt Jocketty told me it's a thrill for him to be able to help put this team together for the Castellini family that has so long wanted a championship here in their hometown. Now they have it, and now they want more. We will have more of the reaction coming up on Good Morning Cincinnati after this and throughout the day tomorrow. We could probably run it for about 24 hours straight. The celebration is on in Cincinnati, guys. I will send it back to you.
I am shocked that you are dry after all that champagne was going everywhere.
I don't know how I've been in a bunch of these celebrations, never made it out without getting killed. For some reason, I got out dry, and I won't even have a dry cleaning bill on this one.
Well, I bet it was fun. Brad, thanks a lot.
We'll be right back.
Yes, here we are the day after. No, it wasn't New Year's Eve. It just felt like New Year's Eve. We welcome you back to Great American Ballpark. Game 2 of this series between the Astros and the National League Central Division champions of 2010, the Cincinnati Reds. Boy, that has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Alongside the Cowboy, Jeff Brantley, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball. And well, Cowboy, how you feeling today? It was a fun night.
Well, I'm feeling great, and I hope that everyone else is feeling good too. It's nice to have it over with. It's nice to clinch, and I think probably as much as anything, especially for the fans here in Cincinnati and for the players, it's awfully fun to clinch in your own place with your own bat and winning a ball game. That's what it's all about.
Everybody still all smiles down there today, and now the Reds will give a few regulars a day off. In fact, their entire starting lineup on a day-in and day-out basis is not in the lineup tonight, so we'll see a lot of the youngsters tonight. But the Reds are zeroing in now on a number 2 seed in the playoffs. And a man trying to get him the win the morning after, the day after, the night after is Johnny Cueto. Wallace, here's a Red starting lineup presented by Cincinnati Bell. We told you, changes everywhere. Blake at second, Yonder Alonso at first. Cleanup hitter is Juan Francisco with Heisey in center and Lance Nixon left. A ladder third and Paul Giannis, Corky Miller, and Johnny Cueto.
Well, when that ball went off of Jay Bruce's bat, I think, and, you know, he knew it, everybody in the stands knew it, and that just meant that, hey, man, that was the end of the long race for us to win the division.
Dusty, it's the third time that you have taken a club now to the postseason. Does it get any better than this, my friend?
Well, you know, each time is sweeter. Each time is different. And, you know, quite frankly, you don't think about the third time. You just think about, hey, you know, how far we're going to go, you know, at the end of this next month. Are we going to be the world champions? And I tell you, last night was as big a moment. I don't think I've ever seen a pennant won on a walk-off home run like that. And, you know, I gave Jay Bruce the lineup cards, and I'm sure that's something that he'll never forget. And I don't even think his feet hit the ground when he was running around the bases because, man, he was floating, we were floating, the fans were into it, and that was as big a moment that I've seen in baseball in a long time.
Dusty, thanks for the time, and again, congratulations.
All right, thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dusty.
All right, later.
That is Topps, #1, numero uno in the big leagues. Oh, and by the way, guess who's coming up? Somebody by the name of Bruce, yeah. And the home run to win it in the 9th inning last night. And did not see a first pitch fastball in this at bat. Doing the old changeup. And a bouncing ball to the first baseman, and this is going to do it. So the Reds are shut out on 7 hits tonight. Well, weather-wise, another picture-perfect night in Cincinnati, and we welcome you to Great American Ballpark. It's a decisive game of this 3-game series. The final 4 games of a 2010 campaign. Johnny Gomes and the Reds celebrating a National League Central Division title 2 nights ago, and now desperately trying to secure home field advantage in the opening round of the playoffs. Hi again, everybody, alongside the Cowboys. Jeff Brantley, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds Baseball on Fox Sports Ohio. They haven't figured out the part that maybe I should act like I'm 47 a little bit more frequent. Straight away center field, hit a ton, and Bourgeois will watch it go. One of the reasons you cannot count this club out, Tom, is because of the youth of this club. Nobody knows what they can or can't do. I mean, that baby's middle away, and he hits it like it was off of a rifle shot.
And that one hooked into left field by Drew Stubbs, and this will bring in a couple of more. So Stubbs is knocked in 4 tonight.
Tom, we talked about it earlier about the kids. You just don't know where to pitch them. You want to say breaking ball? All right, well, let's say breaking ball. But if you're going to throw him a breaking ball, you better get it down. And that was a breaking ball that was right about belt high. And Drew Stubbs ripped that baby into left field.
Another base hit into left field by Hannigan. They're going to wave around Johnny. Here comes a throw. It's offline. And both runners try to advance, and now Stubbs calling a run down. And is safe. Very sloppy tag attempt there. And Drew slid right underneath it. Brad Mills is going to come out and argue, but you can see that from all the way up here.
Well, it looks to me like Myers is having a really difficult time with the breaking ball. Another breaking ball up in the strike zone. Stubbs ripped it into left field, and now Hannigan does the same. Hustling all the way around is Gomes. The throw is offline. Now, watch Myers pick the baseball up. He throws it to third. Stubbs decides, well, I got to go. And he slides right underneath the tag. And he laid down. He laid his back on the dirt to slide him underneath the tag.
Tom Brenneman with Joe Morgan, the Hall of Famer, in the broadcast booth. We're starting to talk about Philadelphia.
Okay. As we all know, this is the second season coming up, the postseason. The first season, you play well, but the best team doesn't always win. It's who's playing the best at that particular time. I go back and look at the Yankees. They were just struggled a couple of years to get into the playoffs, and then they were lights out.
Base hit by Bronson in the left field at the beginning of it.
So the point is, everything starts fresh when the playoffs start. And all the stuff that you've done in the regular season doesn't mean anything except to yourself. The other teams have to feel like, hey, I've always said this for the last 15 years, that anyone that gets in the playoffs can win the World Series. It's that simple because teams can get hot. And we've seen the Reds, every team that's in there reel off victory.
They all have a chance.
They all have a chance. So now, look, is it going to be easy? Heck no. But that's what makes these rings important, right? That you have to work hard to get there. So I think that it's going to be difficult. And I do feel like the road to the World Series goes through Philadelphia. So whether we go there the first series or the second series, I still believe that you're going to have to beat Philadelphia.
There aren't a lot of guys around, Joe. You are one of them that has played in the best of 5.
Right.
That has played in the best of 7.
Best of 3.
Best of 3, right?
Yeah.
There's a drive way back into left center field and long gone off the bat of Brandon Phillips. 7-1. We'd love to see this guy start to find that stroke here after really being bothered since getting hit on the hand leading up to October baseball.
And let's remember, these runs that the Reds are putting up, they're not coming off Mickey Mouse. Change up, got it down in actually it's a split finger. It ends up down in the strike zone, and it runs right back to where, Joe? The head of the bat. I've heard you say that many a time.
Well,
that ain't where you want it.
No, it isn't. If you're asking me would I rather play the Giants, I'd say yes.
Yeah.
Just for that reason.
That ball is crushed into left center field, and Johnny Gomes plays long ball.
How long are they going to let Myers get beat up?
Well, they're trying to get him through 6 so he can have 33, and it doesn't look like he's going to make it.
Oh, okay.
He's had 32 in a row, 6-inning starts coming into the ninth.
I don't know.
And that may be all she wrote.
Hey, Jeff, I don't know if that's as important as turning out there getting beat up.
Well, I believe Brad's seen all he wants to see.
Be the final start of the year for Myers, but what an outstanding year he has had.
Well, that's the reason. I don't like to see a guy get beaten up after he's done such a great job all year long.
Gone swinging is Bogus 7. And Bronson Arroyo, 13 in a row he's retired. 6 outs away from his 17th win. That is one guy. And that's Volquez. There's a base hit into center field that will bring in Giannis to make it 9-1. And Brandon Phillips, a couple of hits tonight, has driven in 3. TBS, the excitement begins October the 6th with the division series on TBS. And again, a reminder, after every playoff game, tune into Fox Sports Ohio. The crew that has covered the Reds all season long will have the post-game show after every playoff game. Jim Day, Jeff Pecoro, Chris Welsh. From the home of the Reds, Fox Sports, Ohio.
Well, the Reds have put on an offensive show tonight against the guy I never would have thought they would have put 9 runs on the board on him, Brett Myers.
I'm with you there, partner.
But that is a good one.
Well, he's the kind of guy you're going to have to beat pretty much every night in the playoffs. On the ground to Giannis, and the Redlegs nail it down. The last 19 batters set down by the trio of Arroyo.
It's the final weekend of the 2010 regular season, and this is the middle game of the final series, the Reds and the Milwaukee Brewers. Reds gunning for their 90th win of the year, but still trying to determine where they will go in the postseason. Reds and the Brewers coming up on Fox Sports Ohio. Hi and a pleasant good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jim Couch, along with Chris Welsh. Welcome to Reds baseball here at Great American Ballpark. Homer Bailey on the mound for the Cincinnati Reds, and like his counterpart today, Chris Welsh, Chris Capuano, both throwing the ball well here late in the year.
Pitcher they ran out there last night, and Mark Rogers, very good-looking youngster.
Swing and a miss, and down goes Ricky Weeks on strikes. He strikes out for the 182nd time in games. Check swing into the mid of Hannigan, and a strikeout. Fastball there, and he gets him on strikes, and 3 batters, 3 strikeouts. We'll take a look at that on our way out. 1/2 inning complete here at Great American Ballpark. Reds and the Brewers, no score. Got him on strikes. Number 4 for Homer Bailey. Tried to bunt that one, fouled it. He's a strikeout victim, number 5. Painted the outside corner for number 6. Runner going as Bruce connects on this ball. High and deep and gone, a home run. After striking out all 4 times, he was up there last night until the intentional walk in the 11th, and striking out his first time today. Number 23 for Bruce has given the Reds the 2-0 lead.
You dig out those clothes again for some important ball games.
Reds fielder could not get up to that pitch. He strikes out, and that is now 7 of them.
That's the number 3 starter.
Hart down on strikes. Chased one out of the strike zone, and McGee is out on strikes. Big one, right? Leadoff single by Weeks. Hart struck out. Then Braun doubled into the left field corner, and fielder was walked intentionally. Bases were loaded, 1 out. Bailey was able to get McGee on strikes. Now battling against Lorenzo Cain. Full count. Runners lead at every base. Got him. New career high in strikeouts for Homer Bailey. He gets his 10th, and the Brewers leave him loaded. Middle of the 5th. Still a 3-1 game, Reds. Homer so far in this game now through 5. A run on 6 hits, 3 walks, 2 of which have been intentional, and that new career high with 10 strikeouts. But it's taken him a lot of pitches to get there. He's up at around the 115 mark.
Now that probably will be all for Homer Bailey, but he did complete his 5 innings. You know, strikeout pitchers, when you strike out 10, you're going to throw a lot of pitches.
Bruce, who cracked one this way earlier, hits another one this way, and that ball is up against the wall off the glove of Cain, and that's going to be a home run. Second base umpire Sam Holbrook gives the home run signal, and Jay Bruce, who hit one in the third with a runner on, hits a solo shot here in the fifth to extend the Reds' lead. Clement weather on the 31st, and then Saturday the 2nd and Sunday the 3rd. Base hit that eludes the glove of Ricky Weeks. Cairo is on, the go-ahead runner here in the 7th. Reds have amassed 14 hits. Cracked by Alonso. Kane going back over his head, off the fence. Here comes Cairo. He's being waved around. Here's no throw by Ricky Weeks. He had it in his hand for a moment and dropped it, but they didn't have a chance at Cairo anyway. Yonder Alonso comes up with a big blow here in the 7th, and the Reds regain the lead.
You can see the way that Yonder Alonso sets up, that he really will drive the ball to left center field. And he gets what looks like a little bit of a slider, trying to backdoor him as Todd Coffey on that, and he lines that ball right off the fence. Almost a Jula in left center field. The cutoff man, the first guy, is overthrown. And when it's bobbled by Ricky Weeks, the backup cutoff man, there's no play at home. And Miguel Cairo scoots all the way around from third to give the Reds the lead.
Mark Berry had that arm waving. He hammers one to center. Kane going back, looking up, gone, a home run. Corky Miller laid the lumber on that ball. His second home run of the year. This has been a 3-run inning. 7-4 Reds.
Boy, that number 8 spot in the order has been awfully productive this afternoon. Ryan Hannigan, a couple of hits and a run scored, and Corky Miller, a 2-run bomb right out the front door in center field.
Both those balls by Alonso and that one, which landed onto the grassy hill area out in center in the backdrop, were absolutely crushed. Reds have turned one double play. That was off the bat of Ricky Weeks in the 6th. They'd love another one right here. There's a ground ball to short. 1, 2, double play. Reds gunning for their 90th win of the year. If they can get it here. Got it. 39th save for Francisco Cordero. 5-0 for Logan Ondrusik. For the first time since 1999, 90 wins for the Cincinnati Reds as they win it here this afternoon, 7-4.
Well, a lot of us, Jim Couch, on the beginning of spring training were asked, how many wins do you think this ball club is going to have? And anybody who said 90 wins was laughed out of the room. A lot of people thought that this was a good ball club, that they would have more wins and losses this year. I was one of those, but I don't think anybody thought that 90 wins was possible. A division championship, yes. And from an emotional standpoint, that means a lot to this club. They earned it. They've earned their way into the postseason with one game to go, 90 wins on their record so far. A big congratulations by Dusty Baker and everybody in this Reds team. Looking forward to pass tomorrow, but we're looking forward first to the postgame, my man.
7-4 Reds. Back after this.
The good news is it won't be the last game for the Cincinnati Reds. The regular season finale here at Great American Ballpark. The Reds and the Milwaukee Brewers. Cincinnati looking to try and generate some more momentum to take into the 2010 postseason and add to some of their stats as well. Thanks for joining us here at Great American Ballpark. Great to be back with you. Paul Keels and former Reds pitcher Chris Welsh. And really, it's all about generating a little momentum going into the postseason party now, Chris.
Well, you're exactly right, Paul. Of course, the Reds don't know who they're going to play. They want to put another win on the board. They got to the milestone of 90 wins yesterday with the win on Saturday. And Dusty Baker wants to put up another win, obviously. Get a little momentum going. Hey, he's got his A team in there today, so that says something about the lineup. He will run Aaron Harang out in this final game here at Great American Ballpark. And you got to figure for Aaron Harang, it's somewhat of a bittersweet start for him, because he's a guy who was the opening day starter, so I guess it's appropriate that he starts the last ball game of the year, at least the regular season game at Great American Ballpark. But overall, kind of a weird year for Aaron Harang. You're an opening day starter, but you may not even be on the postseason roster.
You know, the division was clinched on Tuesday, but you can tell from even the fans being here today that everybody's kind of getting excited for what lies ahead.
Oh, they're excited, all right. There's no question about it. There's Reds gear flying off the shelves. You didn't realize that your T-shirts would be no good in October. You better put some woolies on, some hoodies on, and I think there's a lot of people out there sporting their favorite Red stuff today.
Yeah. We'll tell you more about Aaron Harang, today's starter, when we continue here from Great American.
He's been a Reds opening starter 5 years in a row, so you hope that he's able to finish it off in fine, classy Aaron Harang style, because that would be very fitting for this longest tenured of all Reds.
Yes, he certainly has been a guy that has logged a lot of innings and has really pitched some very good baseball at times when this team overall wasn't playing very good baseball.
You know, and it's tough. Sometimes, you know, you have the weight of the world on you. And really, from a pitching standpoint, Aaron Harang is a fly ball pitcher. And I'm not trying to make any excuses for what he has done the last couple of years, because we all liked his performance better when he was winning 16 games a year. But the fact is, when you're a fly ball pitcher in this ballpark and your strikeouts per 9 innings begin to go down, you're going to have contact made and the ball's going to go in the air. And I can tell you that Aaron Harang gave up a number of home runs this year that were little fence squeakers, right over the fence into the first row, balls that in the heat of the summer really jumps out of here. And I think that he would be better off probably in a ballpark that plays a little bit more and fairer to fly ball pitchers. So we've got that kind of a day today where it's cold. The wind's not really a factor at all as far as helping the ball. So this is going to play more like a normal ballpark here this afternoon because of the cool weather than it was a very tiny ballpark that it played most of the summer.
Aaron Harang last pitched last week in Milwaukee. That game on the 22nd of September. No decision in the Reds' 13-1 loss. Worked just a couple of innings, but was hit on the outside of his right ankle by today's leadoff batter, Ricky Weeks. And Weeks will climb in. Harang starts the day by delivering Weeks. Strike one. So a rather nippy day here. 51 degrees at Great American Ballpark. There's a look at what's been a very good 2010 for Ricky Weeks, the Brewers' second baseman, and Harang quickly gets ahead of him 0-2. Weeks to be followed by Corey Hart and Ben Braun. One hit in 4 at-bats yesterday for the Milwaukee second baseman. Harang Redding with an 0-2 pitch, and he gets Ricky Weeks 1 out.
A nice easy motion, the ball jumps on you. That is classic Aaron Harang right there. Weeks may be thinking about a breaking ball on an 0-2 pitch, but Harang decided to put him away with 3 heaters.
1-2 the count with Hart on at first and 2 down, top of the first. And Aaron Harang hits fielder. A runner left stranded. No score after a half inning.
Take a look at this. This might just be the way that he decides to open up the postseason. Brandon Phillips at top of the lineup. Orlando Cabrera number 2. Joey Votto in the number 3 spot, obviously, followed by Roland, then Gomes, and Jay Bruce, who is on a tear. Drew Stubbs drops down to number 7. Ramon Hernandez, who's catching Aaron Harang today, will bat 8th, and Aaron Harang number 9, and they will face a left-hander in Randy Wolf.
And here's a guy that will go into the postseason, Chris, with postseason experience.
Well, that's one reason why Walt Jocketty went out and got the guys he selected to fill out this roster. Orlando Cabrera, a very important piece of that, and his leadership.
And he leads with a base hit down the line into right field. They snuck that one right past fielder. Past the bag. There's a look at what Orlando has done in the postseason. Appeared with the Twins last year.
You know, you look at postseason career numbers for most batters, and they're going to be lower than their normal regular season batting averages because you never see a number 5 starter. You rarely see a middle reliever. You never see a long reliever who's just out there to suck up some innings. I mean, these are low-scoring ball games, and that's why you'll see low batting averages.
Joey Votto standing in. The day off yesterday, a base hit on Friday. How can we continue to find different ways to say the same great things we've been saying about him all year?
You just hope that he can continue into the postseason what he has set for himself as far as goals in the regular season. I had an interesting conversation before the game today with Joe Morgan, who was down at the Reds clubhouse. He'll be following the club throughout the postseason, of course, until they get to the World Series. Then he'll be working along with the Fox crew on, or with the TV crew on that. But he was mentioning to me that, you know, Joe Morgan's a 2-time MVP. He says, you know, after the first year you get your MVP, and he's not given that Joey Votto is going to get it, but let's assume he's in the running, that the league makes it tougher and tougher on you every year, that they're just not going to allow you to do the things that you did here in 2010. They're going to pitch around you more. They're going to just pitch to the guy behind you more and more. This year, Joey Votto, he didn't sneak up on the league, but he certainly took it by its tail and started swinging it around because he's hit pitches the other way more, I think, than anybody else in this league for home runs. And that's what makes him so dangerous and such a tough guy from a pitching standpoint to try to adjust to. You can make him look so bad on one swing and see him jack the ball out of the ballpark on the next.
And there's a number of those situations that occurred, late games, clutch situations, long at-bats, fouling off pitches where, while the pitchers were trying to adjust to him, he was adjusting to the pitchers and putting himself in a positive position.
Yeah, you know, some hitters never really adjust up there. They're going up there to try to hit the ball as hard as they can. They're going to swing big and swing fast and through every count, no matter whether it's 3-0 count or an 0-2 count. Joey Votto really goes up there with a plan and changes that plan as the count changes.
Cabrera on the move. Votto to left center. Cabrera had to hold for a moment at second. He's going to be waved home as Joey Votto has driven him in with a 2-bagger. Reds up 1-0.
Well, going the other way, how about that? Randy Wolf sidearms the ball, trying to fool Joey Votto from a different release point, trying to pick that outside corner. And Votto says, fine, you going outside with it? I'll go outside with it too. And he splits the seam left to center field, and he finds a hole all the way to the wall. Orlando Cabrera, who initially went sliding into second base, comes around to score. And Votto, another run batted in.
Number 113 on the campaign. Here's what Johnny Gomes has done with RBI opportunities. Ricky Weeks can't get to that. And there is an RBI opportunity delivered for Johnny Gomes as Votto comes in. 2-0 Reds.
Well, at the end of the year, they don't ask you how you did it. They ask you how many you did. And I'm talking about runs batted in. And Johnny Gomes picks another one up. Third base, runners in scoring position with 2 outs. Man, oh man, he has been big.
His 86th RBI, continuing a career high in that department. And this is a guy the Milwaukee people like a lot. Except for when he strikes out. 2 down.
Well, Aaron Harang is showing remarkable command of his fastball for a guy that has hardly pitched here in the last month. He runs that one, the 2-seamer, down and into Lorenzo Cain and picks up his 3rd strikeout.
And as you mentioned in the very beginning of the day here, Chris, he is a guy that really has just, people have taken to him because of his good nature, for the way he's ensconced himself in the community, his charitable acts. Two. Backhander by Rowland. Takes care of the Brewers. 2-0. Reds with a lead.
And so we thought about all these variables and all these factors, and Bronson second,
a softer thrower in between two hard throwers. Johnny Cueto, third, and the problem that we have, which is a good problem, is that they're all young and they're all good and they're all throwing the ball well. And the guys that are probably the least experienced that would have been off the longest, excuse me, was Homer and Woody, that's available in the bullpen early in the series, still available if the other guys don't perform well in game 4 and 5 if necessary, or even the next series. But anytime you got a 5-man rotation and you're playing best 3 out of 5, somebody's gonna get left out.
That's a little interesting to see them taking a peek at Aaron Harang's pitching hand there. Blister, maybe?
Well, they were talking to Aaron Harang after the very first inning, and they spent a lot of time with Brian Price, Aaron Harang, and Paul Lassard, the Reds' head trainer. And I couldn't tell, from any kind of gestures what they were talking about, but they're obviously looking at his hand right now.
That was after the first inning, the little gathering you were talking about.
What could happen is that you end up with a blister on your finger, and then you pitch enough and you tear it wide open, and you've really got no skin there. And I think that's probably what happened to Aaron Harang. He first developed the blister, then the thing broke open, and there's no way that you can put pressure on the baseball.
And how about a nice hand for Aaron Harang as he's going to leave the ball game, and who knows if this might be the last we see him in a Reds uniform. Matt Maloney comes out of the bullpen. The Brewers have tied the game at 2-2 as Skyline called to the bullpen. We'll bring Matt Maloney up. Problem, and here you get a look at Aaron's Aces, a group that he hosts at every Sunday home game. The families of current military folks, and that is part of just the great contributions that Aaron Harang has made to this community, Chris.
Well, it's very visible, Paul. It's on Sunday afternoons, and you see that he's also involved in things beyond that. The Miracle League of Greater Cincinnati, Northern Kentucky, through its help with the Reds Community Fund, the Miracle League Field, which he was there along with his wife Jennifer this year, ribbon cutting. He put a lot of his own money into that. It's not like he just lent his name and said, yeah, you can use my name and we'll call it Aaron Harang Field. He wrote a big-time check, and I mean a big-time check, to help them get that field underway. And of course, he's a very strong supporter of the Reds Community Fund, and just a stand-up guy, the kind of guy you really root for every time out there. I've known him for a long time, ever since he came over from the Oakland A's back in 2003, and he's right now the longest tenured Red, and one of the finest Reds you'll have ever met.
And an emotional time, you would imagine, for Aaron Harang sitting down there.
Yeah, probably so. I don't think anybody's talked to him yet about what's going on in the future. He probably wanted this game to go a lot differently than it ended up being. Just because he's 6'8" and about 270 pounds doesn't mean he's not a gentle giant and a very emotional man, and very sensitive to his teammates, people in the community, and I think a champion all the way around.
He's a guy that's been nominated for the Clemente Award a couple of times, once for the Branch Rickey Award, the Marvin Miller Man of the Year Award. And yes, it is about wins and losses and what you do when you're between the lines, but certainly the impression that one makes within the community and amongst teammates and amongst fans really is what makes guys favorite players. So then we're back down in Tampa for the end of Game 7 as Bruce tags this one to center field. Kane giving chase, looking up. Third homer in 2 days for Jay Bruce. The Reds have taken a lead by 1 run. Number 25. He's going into the postseason on a roll.
A big crowd here today, Paul. This is really nice to see. Normally, what we've seen over the last 15 years, the Reds are already have their cars packed, ready to go home. This crowd on their feet, one more out, and the postseason begins.
Yes. The Reds to open on the road. They would be back home for a 3rd game of the postseason, 3rd and 4th. Who, when, and where? That were a couple of strikes from getting closer to figuring that out. 8-4 Atlanta ahead of Philadelphia in the 7th. Yet to start, Giants and Padres. 0-1 pitch. Strike two. Should hard reach. Joe Englert due to hit next. No luck on the appeal, so it'll be 1-2 on Corey Hart. With Gomez down at second now. Easy to think this kind of crowd support will be here for the postseason, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Now this town will be rocking and rolling all week long. Starting with the pep rally tomorrow.
Starting with the next strike. Like right here.
There it is.
3-2. Reds beat Milwaukee. Headed to the postseason with 2 wins in a row and feeling very good about themselves.
Well, this ball club has not felt so good about playing the 162nd game of the year for a long, long time. Finally finished the regular season. They call it a championship season for a reason. Because if you win it in your division, you go on to the postseason. A satisfying year so far for Dusty Baker. But he knows he and his team has some work to do. And a great, great year for Cincinnati Reds and Reds fans. Congratulations to each and every one of them.
How about this? 91 wins. Matches 1990.
Well, there have been, comparisons drawn between this team of 2010 and 1990 all year long. They celebrated the 1990 team during the middle of the year when they brought a lot of the guys back to talk about it and how great it was during that wire-to-wire season. Just maybe this team can repeat.
We can dream. 3-2 Reds over Milwaukee.
4,000 people played hooky this afternoon, showing up downtown to support the Reds, now headed to postseason play in Philadelphia.
After 15 long years, everyone wants to celebrate the team earning a spot in the playoffs. 9 News reporter Janelle Walton is live on Fountain Square, where fans cheered on the new Red Machine. Janelle?
That's right, Carol. It may be chilly out here this afternoon, but you can't tell that to these Reds fans. They're feeling the heat from the red-hot Reds. Let me tell you, things got started this afternoon right here on Fountain Square with live entertainment from the band. It's still going on right now. Some fans are still out here dancing and grooving, ready to party. But get this, things got even hotter when the Reds took to the stage. The party really started to rock and roll when the team, escorted by police, arrived on Fountain Square dressed to the nines in their suits and ties. Some people played hooky from work and school to make it to the Reds rally on the square.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big hand. Welcome to the stage, the 2010 National League Central Division champions. Here they come, the Cincinnati Reds. Big, big hand. Let's hear it. Give it up. Give it up. Please welcome Bob Castellini.
We know this team truly belongs to you. It truly belongs to Reds fans. We understand what the Reds means to you, to our city, to our region. We know what a winning team can do for a city's pride. Just look at everyone here. This is your team. This is your championship Reds.
As Yogi Berra said, you can learn a lot by just watching. I've been with these guys for quite a long period of time now, and one of the things that I learned is that they can become world champions, because they have the 3 ingredients that it takes to be world champions. First and foremost, they play hard every single day. Secondly, they're very aggressive. And third, they believe in each other. And those are the three ingredients it takes to be a world champion, along with a great manager and my friend Dusty Baker.
Over the course of a year, you want to finish big, especially when you're a part of a team that's going into the postseason. You pretty much did that.
Yeah, well, I went through my ups and downs, but, I came alive when I needed to and helped my team get here. And, I appreciate them and I appreciate the city, and I'm just honored to represent the city of Cincinnati.
Johnny, this ball club, and you've been on a number of different teams, what makes this club special? Not so much what they're able to do on the field, but off the field.
I mean, what makes it special is just the guys who played before us, like Joe Morgan and Bench and Pete Rose and all those guys. I mean, they really created the path that we're on right now. And we're chasing a dream that they accomplished. So we got our eye on the prize. We got a great group of guys in here, and we couldn't have done it without the city and the guys who played before us.
Is it fair to ask you to compare teams that you've been a part of with this one and the rest of them going into postseason play?
I think every ball club is a little different. You got different personalities. You got different guys that fit in the puzzle different ways to make things go. And every team, no matter what, you got to have some special things there. You got to have some special guys, some chemistry to make it work. And this team has found a way to make it work.
Can you draw any comparisons between this team and the Red Sox clubs that you played on that went to the postseason?
I mean, as Jimmy Evans said, we're worried about the Red Sox right now. But I think the only comparisons I can draw, honestly, is that at the end of the day, as you can tell by Johnny Gomes over there with the mohawk and the glasses, we all want to stand in this square, have some champagne, and drink some more cigars at the end of this series.
Bronson Arroyo. This is a new experience for a lot of guys on this ball club, and it's kind of special, isn't it?
Well, of course, man. I mean, we all happy to be here, man. Thanks for the fans, first of all, and we were looking forward to this, man. All the young players on here, Scott Rowland, OC, Bronson, Miguel Cairo, all those guys just teaching us how to go out here and just play the game and, try to go out there and win as much as we can.
Please welcome Johnny Dusty Baker.
Hey, but one second. Now this dude ain't gonna get off without saying something.
Thank you, Dusty. I really appreciate this. Thank you. There's a ball. There you go. I think, the other day we played a pretty big game and the clinching game, and Scott had mentioned to me that this is as big as, this is the type of atmosphere we're going to expect in the playoffs. And, after Philadelphia, I'm really looking forward to coming back and playing in Cincinnati and seeing a packed house. And coming back and finishing the series and beating the Phillies at home. So
I just want to say thanks to everybody. It's been so much fun, but this is like, just the beginning. And check this out. I have to have one of the most eclectic, handsome teams that there is in baseball.
Any idea where you're going to hit Wednesday night against Roy Halladay?
Tell you the truth, I have no idea, but, Dusty knows the answer.
Dusty Baker just said, yes, you do.
I'm just being modest, man. Yeah, I'm going to be hitting leadoff, so I'm looking forward to that.
Brandon was having a lot of fun out there, and so were the thousands of fans. Right now, the team moving towards Philadelphia. They'll play on Wednesday and Friday before coming back here home to play at Great American Ballpark on Sunday. Reporting live, I'm Laura Borchers, News 5.
And tonight's National League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by BlackBerry. The Philadelphia Phillies, 4 consecutive playoff appearances, back to defend their National League pennant against the Cincinnati Reds. 15 years on the outside looking in, back in the playoffs for the first time since 1995. And hi, everybody. We welcome you from Philadelphia. Brian Anderson along with Joe Simpson. Great to have you with us. This is Game 1 of the NLDS. Roy Halladay is the Cy Young favorite In the other dugout, there's an MVP favorite in 27-year-old Canadian-born Joey Votto. And, Joe, he led the most prolific offense in the National League this year.
We're going to find out if good pitching can stop good hitting, because the Cincinnati Reds were the best hitting club in the National League. They won the team Triple Crown. Batting average, home runs, and RBIs. They were a terrific come-from-behind team also, as you see. And they were led by their first baseman, Brian. Joey Votto almost won the Triple Crown himself, ranking among the league leaders in average homers and RBIs. And when it comes down to crunch time, he'll give Charlie Manuel something to think about if he's up there with the game on the line.
The upstart Reds, Votto in his first postseason. On the mound is Edinson Volquez, his first playoff appearance as well. And you can bet the Fanatics are revved up here in South Philly tonight. Time to ring the bell for Game 1 of the NLDS. Give you the starting lineup for Dusty Baker's Cincinnati Reds. Dusty bringing his third Major League club to the postseason. He's got Brandon Phillips leading off. Batting second is the shortstop Orlando Cabrera. Both of those players with gold gloves. Joey Votto, the all-everything first baseman for the Reds. Scott Rowland, the veteran, playing third base. Johnny Gomes in left field. He's had a big year this year, a career year. Jay Bruce in right field. The center fielder is Drew Stubbs. Behind the plate, a man with playoff experience, Ramon Hernandez. And now coming handy as he catches Edinson Volquez rounding it out. And the Phillies hit the field behind the ace of aces, Joe Simpson, Roy Halladay.
He's got a good seeker and changeup, but more than anything else, he's got outstanding pinpoint control, works both sides of the plate, works up and down, and he will be tough today. He has not worked, however, in 8 days. This is the 9th day since he last started.
Brandon Phillips leads off, and Roy Halladay about ready to cash in on something he's waited for his entire career. And away we go. A bouncing ball to Jimmy Rollins. Well pitch, well out. And that's a big part of the Roy Halladay story. It's one of the reasons he was able to finish 9 games this year.
Halladay looks for the sign from Carlos Ruiz. He winds, he kicks, he deals, and a chopper in front of the plate. Catcher gets and throws, and he has the no-hitter. Roy Halladay has no-hitted the Reds in the opening game of this 2010 National League Division Series, facing one over the minimum.
No, it's not going to be tough, man. I mean, you win some, lose some. I mean, we lost game 1. There's only one game, and, we're looking toward the Friday. I mean, you can't win them all.
We've been here before. We've been through some tough spots during the year, some tough losses, and bounced back from them. So this will just be another one. Our backs against the wall after losing this first game. We just got no other decision than to come back and play well.
Now all the Reds have to do is face a pitcher in Game 2 that's made a living killing them. They get Roy Oswalt in Game 2 on Friday night. But here's the good news. After getting a no-hitter thrown at them in Game 1, raising the bar in Game 2 shouldn't be all that difficult.
We can start with getting some hits. We're going to have to touch first, second, third, and home to win some games.
Don't get me wrong. It's not forget. I mean, it was a no-hitter, but at the end of the day, it's a loss. And, we have to come back out ready to play the next game.
All along, the Reds knew to win this series, they would have to win at least one game in Philadelphia. Better it should be in Game 2 against Roy Oswalt. Because if this series does indeed go the full 5 games, in Game 5, here in Philadelphia on Wednesday night, the Reds will have to face Roy Halladay again. In Philadelphia with the Reds, Ken Brew. Bronson Arroyo is on the mound tonight against notorious Reds killer Roy Oswalt. The Reds insist they are ready for this game. Let's take you to some of the pregame activities. Dusty Baker and his son Darren, the most famous playoff bat boy before Game 2. Brandon Phillips stretching out the kinks from the no-hitter the other night. Meantime, Reds coaches Mark Berry and Billy Hatcher visiting with former interim Reds manager Pete Mackanin. Remember him? And Miguel Cairo, one of the veterans who has the job of settling down the young players tonight. Ryan Hannigan is behind the plate with Bronson Arroyo on the mound. Lance Nix will start in center. Scott Rowland says he's happy Roy Halladay isn't pitching tonight. Who isn't? Joe Morgan sitting with team physician Dr. Tim Kremchek. Yeah, the Reds are saying all the right things about where they stand in this series.
Normally you go right back at it. You know, we have 3 games to mull it over and think about, oh God, we just got swept. Where's our season headed? But we didn't. We came back. We continued to win, and we eventually got to the playoffs. So I just don't see any give with this team.
We got a guy that can hit, and we show the whole season that we can hit because we lead the league, you know, in hitting. So just like I said, it was just one night. I mean, we cannot look bad and go like, wow, you know, we got no hit the first night. What's going to happen? No, I'm sure you talk with any guy here, they go like, hey, it's in the past. We're talking about Friday game. It's a new game, new day, and it's going to be different.
Well, let's hope, and let's hope we see Cordero on the mound tonight trying to save a game for the Reds. First pitch coming up here in just a minute. Obviously, in-depth coverage tonight on News 5 at 11, and then on the Blitz at 11:15. Live in Philadelphia with the Reds. Ken Brew, News 5.
It's time to pull the curtain on Act 2. Tonight's National League Division Series coverage on TBS is presented by BlackBerry. Game 2 tonight, the NLDS. The Cincinnati Reds, winners of the Central Division, against the reigning National League champs, the Philadelphia Phillies. And hi, everybody. We welcome you on a beautiful Friday night for baseball in Philadelphia. Brian Anderson, Joe Simpson. Joe, it's going to be tough to follow that act that we saw on Wednesday, but under the weight of Roy Halladay's no-hitter are the Cincinnati Reds. Now, this is a ball club that arrives in this postseason as a team that thrived after being written off during the regular season.
There have been a few times where they've been slapped in the face this year, Brian, and they've responded every time, including a sweep by the Phillies here back in July, then a sweep by the Cardinals in Cincinnati in August. But each time they bounce back strong, and I think you can expect the same thing to happen after they were hit with that no-hitter a couple of nights ago. But if they're going to do that, they got to get their offense going. And in this ballpark, that's been a struggle. They have not scored here at Citizens Bank Park in 30 innings. They've had a real hard time getting on the board. And that's going to be crucial tonight for their starting pitcher, Bronson Arroyo. Not only, of course, do they have to score runs, but it'd be nice to score early for him and give him a chance to breathe a little bit. He's not a guy that's likely to throw a shutout. He might give up a run or two. He's got to have a little cushion.
Well, I think Arroyo's offense will be glad to face anybody but Roy Halladay. That is for sure. As a matter of fact, maybe the best quote of the night after the no-hitter came from the Reds' leader, their third baseman and former Philly, Scott Rowland. He said, "I never thought I would look forward to facing Roy Oswalt." That's the story tonight, because Oswalt is another ace in this long line of aces for the Philadelphia Phillies. And now tonight it is Little Roy following up Big Roy.
It's hard to imagine anybody pitching better than Halladay pitched a couple of nights ago, but Roy Oswalt is certainly capable. 7-1 with the Phillies since he came over from Houston. He's never lost in this ballpark. 5-0 with the Phillies, and combined with the Phillies and Astros, he's 9-0 at Citizens Bank Park.
All right, so we're ready to go. It is game 2. It is loud at Citizens Bank Park. You know that. This series plows forward, and we're anxious to see what is next.
Oswalt will take his turn in the NLDS. And the first pitch down and in, and away we go. Just a beautiful night for baseball here in Philadelphia. Ideal conditions. As Brandon Phillips is ready to lead off. Phillips hit .275 during the regular year with 18 home runs and 59 runs batted in.
And you'll see that a lot from Oswalt. He's not afraid to pitch inside, and he's got a good fastball, anywhere from 92 to 94 typically. He's got an excellent over-the-top curveball and a changeup. His changeup he holds a little different than most. He holds it between his ring and middle fingers. Calls it a Vulcan changeup.
Not a bad idea. Oswalt deals him a strike. Phillips, an all-star this year for the first time. Has won a Gold Glove in the National League. Did that in 08. Got a chance at a Gold Glove this year. He's known as one of the best second basemen in all of baseball. But the Reds are going to need his bat here tonight for sure. They're going to need anybody's bat here tonight. And that one is hit well deep left field. And there she goes. Brandon Phillips with a bang puts Cincinnati on the board here tonight.
That is exactly what the Reds needed. On the board early, and with a long one at that, to fire up that dugout. That ends the streak of 30 scoreless innings in this ballpark, and ends the streak of 27 straight hitters that did not get a hit against Roy Halladay.
Oh, and you know it has to set the Reds and their fans at ease here. Finally getting on the board, and now Brandon Phillips joins Duke Snider of the Brooklyn Dodgers, because it was Duke Snider who singled off Bob Turley with 2 outs in the first inning for the Dodgers after Larson threw the perfect game back in '56. And you were wondering how long it was going to continue, and the Reds get a big answer early from Brandon Phillips, and a no-doubter to give Cincinnati the lead. Bronson Arroyo, 17-game winner during the regular year.
Also 33 years old. A slim guy, 6'4", 195, a career-high 17 wins. And he will throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at you. Sinking fastball, slider, curveball, even a real slow over-the-top curveball.
And Arroyo making the biggest start of his career for sure here tonight as Victorino pops it up. Votto gives chase, and he's got it for the first out.
The defense behind Bronson Arroyo tonight, and it's not one of those things where you expect the infielders to be on high alert tonight, because Arroyo is a fly ball pitcher. So Nix, Stubbs, and Bruce will have to be busy. Roland, Cabrera, Phillips, and Votto from third to first. And you see how many gold gloves are on the left side of that diamond. Outstanding defense for Cincinnati, tied for the league lead in that department with the Padres.
Just 72 errors this year for the Reds. Well, Charlie Manuel's glad to have him back. No cue shot. Back is Cabrera. And 2 men are out. Ugly in the right. Pretty well hit, but Bruce will run it down. 3 outs in the air, and Arroyo is off and running. The Reds 1-0. Cincinnati coming to bat.
And the count goes full as a result of missing outside.
Hard hit ground ball. Utley makes a nice play and throws it high, but oh, Howard comes off the bag, and Nix is safe. Even at 6'4", Ryan Howard could not keep a toe on the bag.
Chase Utley, a very good fielding second baseman with good range because of his quickness, but this one he sidearmed a little bit. You can see it was a good call down there at first by Sam Holbrook. And there's the throw, pulled Howard off.
And the old saying in baseball, sometimes you have to tip your hat. And that's exactly what the Reds did with Roy Halladay, which is going to be a different story here tonight, you figure, as that one gets away. And Nix into second base. So a wild pitch.
Well, that wasn't even close. And it missed the glove and got a piece of Ruiz.
That one missed. Same spot. Stubbs didn't chase. A couple of good takes on the slider from Drew Stubbs. And now the Reds with 2 fast base runners on and 1 away for Ryan Hannigan. Already 21 pitches here in the second.
And as good as his fastball is, if the hitters have a feeling that he can't get that off-speed stuff over, that fastball is going to get hit hard.
Had him down 0-2, now 2-2. And a chance here. Rollins to Ebley. And it gets away, and another run will score. Nick scores the run. On his way to second is Hannigan. And a couple of errors for Chase Utley in the Philadelphia second inning. 2-0 Reds.
Two errors and a wild pitch, something that doesn't normally play into any game the Phillies play. They were among the league leaders in defense. Let's see if Stubbs got a piece of Chase on the throw. He did hit him in the foot, But that throw short and off to the side, and Howard can't come up with it. Another run in.
Best way to describe him, he messes with hitters.
Yeah, boy.
He does whatever he can. He'll throw it over the top, 3/4, sidearm. Has a variety of pitches to call on as well. That one's over the top, and a roller out to Cabrera. The Gold Glover makes a play. Ibanez retired, so a leadoff single by Howard, but 2 scoreless for Bronson Arroyo. That one's hit well to left. Lance Nix right there. And the side retired, so Bronson Arroyo, 3 scoreless on the board, 2-0 Cincinnati. Made possible by AT&T, and Conan premieres November 8th right here on TBS. The big orange blimp. The cradle of the country here tonight in Philadelphia. Hardly noticeable up there. Looks great.
It's providing some beautiful shots.
So Roy Oswalt back on the mound here. We go to the 4th inning. 2-0 our score. Philadelphia with a couple of errors, both by Chase Utley. That happened to the 2nd after Phillips led off with a home run in the 1st to quiet down this crowd for the time being. Oswalt making a lot of pitches, and a lot of pitches from the stretch here in the early going. Jay Bruce leads off for the Reds. That one's hit well. This is way back, and Jay Bruce has gone downtown. So the Reds breaking out the power, the best home run hitting team in the National League this year. Bruce had 25 this season. His first postseason home run gives Cincinnati a 3-0 lead.
And it was crushed. This one goes into the 2nd deck here at Citizens Bank Park. Pitch that ran back out over the middle of the plate. And it was hit up in the Ryan Howard type territory. He had 3 homers in his last 4 at-bats in the regular season.
And right now the Reds have come in here. They've swung the bat well. Bronson Arroyo has 3 scoreless innings. Cincinnati has done exactly what they had hoped early in this game after the Roy Halladay no-hitter on Wednesday. Chase Utley standing right on top of the plate. And that is a tough spot to hit. Arroyo rings the bell on Utley. And 1 away in this 4th inning. And between innings, we had a chance to visit with Reds pitching coach Brian Price. We asked him about his starting pitcher tonight.
Well, you know, for me with Bronson, it's always about, throwing the right pitch for the situation. Some pitchers always stay with their strength, don't want to get beat with their 3rd best pitch. And in Bronson's case, he throws the pitch that needs to be thrown, and he's been pretty good so far.
Brian, is this a case, since he has not faced the Reds in 2 years, has he got a little bit of an advantage here, especially when he's made some improvements with his sinker?
You know, it's hard to figure out who's got the advantage here. You know, I mean, some of these hitters have a history against Bronson, and everybody's on their A game right now. Everyone's locked in, and these guys, the Phillies, are bearing down in their at bats. They certainly have a lot of data on Bronson. They've seen a lot of film, so I don't know if there's an advantage either way. It's going to come down to who executes so far for the first early innings of the ballgame. He's done a really nice job executing.
Philadelphia with their best opportunity at runs. First time they've had a runner in scoring position against Arroyo. Rollins hit leadoff on Wednesday, but the fact he's not running well, he's been dealing with a hamstring problem that has slowed him somewhat. So Charlie Manuel drops him in the batting order to 6th. A bouncer, a chance for 2 here. Phillips to Cabrera, the jump throw in time. Bronson Arroyo dialing up the ground ball just when he needs it. And he's out of the inning. Cincinnati Reds, their starting shortstop Orlando Cabrera has gone back into the clubhouse, grabbing his left side. And Joe, that is an injury that he suffered earlier this year. As Phillips goes down the line, that's a fair ball, and it's going to go down into the corner. And Brandon Phillips with his 3rd hit tonight. It's a leadoff double for Cincinnati.
Boy, he wasn't kidding when he was talking about being ready for any mistakes Roy Oswalt might make. He came into the game, though, a .316 career hitter against Roy.
And he is a triple away from the cycle right now. And you might have heard the announcement. He announced Orlando Cabrera, but actually it's going to be Paul Janisch. And there's your answer. So Janisch, who is the backup shortstop, a very good defensive shortstop, will enter this game for Cabrera. That could be a tough blow for Cincinnati. Janisch drops a bunt down, advances Phillips. Nicely done. Sacrifice bunt. And Phillips to third base with one out, and Joey Votto coming up.
That's what he can do, though. He can play terrific defense. They won't miss much there defensively. He's not as good an offensive player as Cabrera, but if he can do little things like that to help out, much appreciated by the guys in the dugout.
You got to give him a lot of credit right there, getting ready in a hurry. And up there to bunt in the game quickly with Cabrera due up second in the inning. Cabrera injured his oblique, that same side on the left side, August 3rd, as the Reds played the Pittsburgh Pirates. Now the bunt advances Phillips. The infield is in now for Philadelphia as they try to tack on here in the fifth inning.
Oh man, what a swing. Got it by him though, 94 upstairs. He had a good cut at it.
Boy, what a contrast, Joe, from Wednesday. The noise in this building Wednesday, deafening. One of the loudest ballparks you'll ever experience. But it is a golf crowd right now. Some anxious fans watching Citizens Bank, and that one is crushed deep left center field, way back, and Ibanez will catch it at the wall, plenty deep to score Phillips. Votto delivers. They call him Votomatic for moments like that, and the big RBI producer delivers the Reds to a 4-0 lead.
The way the ball jumps out of here to left field, I thought that one was going to go out for sure. Died a little bit right at the warning track. First RBI of the postseason for Votto. 87 pitches for Arroyo now, and Logan Ondrusek, who we saw 2 nights ago, he's begun to loosen up in the Cincinnati pen. But all this, the result of a couple of errors, either one of which, if we make the play, Arroyo's out of the inning.
And a strike to Howard.
Another outstanding changeup. Here's Ondrusek getting ready.
Big pitch coming up. Arroyo has Howard down to the count. 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Down he goes. A foul tip into the mid of Hannigan. Arroyo gets out of it. A couple of errors and a couple of runs. 4-2. The Reds still lead. This 15 games. As he lifts one. Shallow center. Back is Phillips. And that's a big out for Bronson Arroyo. Rollins pops up. Ward still at first. Now one away. And Ibanez coming up.
Rollins, Victorino, Utley all stand right on top of the plate, and yet he continues to go back in there and challenge them inside, especially with off-speed pitches. And with the exception of the one to Utley, they've been very effective tonight.
Well, Dusty Baker getting a big performance from Bronson Arroyo, and he will check on his starter. Arthur Rhodes is ready in the bullpen. And Dusty Baker's going to make the call. So Bronson Arroyo goes 5 1/3. He leaves with the lead. And Baker is going to give the ball to his 40-year-old left-hander, Arthur Rhodes, to face Raul Ibanez. We'll take a break. On the ground, great play. Polanco to his feet, throw in time. And the Phillies come off the deck for a Game 2 victory, going up 2-0 in this best-of-5 series. From From Cincinnati, the Queen City has its day in the national spotlight tonight as the Cincinnati Reds and the Philadelphia Phillies play Game 3 of this best-of-5 series from Great American Ballpark. On the mound for the Cincinnati Reds, 24-year-old Johnny Cueto.
5'10", 210 out of Dominican Republic. He was 12-7 this year, but he really pitched well at home. He loves pitching in this ballpark. He went 6-3 here. He throws hard. He can throw in the mid-90s, sometimes 97, 98. Has a hard slider. That's his out pitch, and will mix in a changeup on occasion. He hasn't pitched in 11 days. That'll be something to keep an eye on to see if this crowd gets him too revved up as he makes his first start in the postseason.
Well, a big burden to bear. The Reds are staring in the face of elimination. It's win or go home for Cincinnati as Cueto starts Victorino with ball one, and away we go tonight on a picture-perfect night for baseball in Cincinnati, Ohio. Shane Victorino back in the leadoff spot again for Charlie Manuel. Jimmy Rollins still slowed a bit by a hamstring problem. He hits down to the lineup, and Victorino, a capable leadoff hitter. Victorino 2 for 8 in this postseason so far with a couple of runs scored. Has 3 runs batted in as well. In the air to right, a hitter-friendly ballpark here in Cincinnati. Plenty of room for Bruce. And one away in the first inning.
And behind Cueto tonight defensively, a team that's got to play better defense. A clean game. They can't afford to do what they did in Game 2. Gomes in left tonight. Stubbs and Bruce in center and right. Roland, Cabrera, Phillips, and Votto from third to first. And behind the plate will be Ramon Hernandez doing the catching.
Now the Reds come to bat, and here's the lineup for Dusty Baker. Drew Stubbs to be followed by Brandon Phillips, then Joey Votto at first base. The middle of the order for Baker is Scott Rowland at third, Johnny Gomes, the left fielder, with Ramon Hernandez catching. And then it's Jay Bruce in right field, Orlando Cabrera, who was a late addition to the starting lineup, followed by Johnny Cueto.
And Cole Hamels, 26 years old, is on the mound. He had a great second half. Only went 12-11 on the year, but those numbers are very deceiving.
First pitch to Drew Stubbs, who takes over in the leadoff spot tonight. As you check the numbers for Cole Hamels during the regular season.
In the second half, after the All-Star break, a 2.23 ERA. He gave up 19 homers, but only 7 after the break.
Bouncing ball, going to be a tough play. Stubbs can run, and he's safe at first. Drew Stubbs, one of the fastest players in the big leagues, as Jimmy Rollins, the Gold Glover, cannot get the ball there in time despite a good, strong throw.
Drew Stubbs is 6'4", 205 pounds, and can really go. Flat-footed. Jimmy couldn't get much on this throw. Good stretch by Howard, and man, there's no doubt about what the call is from Ed Rapuano. He lets you know in a big way. Long strides for Stubbs.
1-0 the count on Phillips, and a swing and a rocket into left center field. That ball's going to be caught on the run by Shane Victorino. A bid for extra bases by Brandon Phillips. Run down by Victorino. What a play by the Philly center fielder.
As a leadoff hitter this year for Victorino in 82 games. So a little more than half the schedule at the top spot in the batting order. The Phillies without Jimmy Rollins for a good part of the early season with a calf injury, and Rollins nursing a hamstring injury as well late in the season.
That was a good pitch from Cueto, 2-0, a rare changeup from him, and it was perfectly placed, and maybe a pitch he'll need to use more often tonight.
2 balls and a strike on Victorino. And a little slapper out to Cabrera. Tied him up a little bit, but he makes the catch. And the inning is over. A scoreless inning for Johnny Cueto. Johnny Gomes leads off when we come back.
He is perfect. 3-0.
In tight, almost got a piece of Jay Bruce. And Reds fans want the same kind of call that Chase Utley got on Friday night. And what we now know did not hit Chase Utley. You'd think you'd know when a 102-mile-an-hour fastball got a piece of you.
Yeah.
But Chase is sticking to his story.
What was it he said? I kind of think I did.
But I'm not sure. I was told to go to first base. That was the pitch. And as you see, it got more of the glove. I think that's what was heard behind home plate by Bruce Dreckman, the tick of the glove and not the tick of the hand of Chase Utley.
Dusty Baker was asked about it, and he said, you know what, I did that a time or two in my career too.
Bruce pulls one, and it gets by Utley. A base hit for Jay Bruce.
When you talk about these two left-handed hitters in the lineup tonight against Cole Hamels, they're just not your routine lefties. Joey Votto's an MVP candidate in the National League. Jay Bruce, he might be 1 for 12 against Hamels, now 2 for 13, but he hasn't hit a home run off of him. Left-handers don't seem to bother either one of those guys.
Got him. Went with a slider, and down goes Utley.
That's his out pitch, and he made a good pitch with it. Down and in, looked like a back foot slider. So Utley, that's where Hernandez wanted. He put the glove right down there. Man, he dropped it right on the glove. That was awesome. And Utley swings right over the top of it. I'm sure Mr. Bench is here tonight somewhere.
Big cut and a miss. Cueto strikes out Worth. And the inning is over. Johnny Cueto with 2 strikeouts in a scoreless 3rd inning.
The pitch. He swings and bounces it to the left of third. Roland gets it, goes to second, out on the first, and the throw pulls Votto off the base to his left. Ruiz is on, but Roland did a heck of a job just to get to that ball, moving back and to his left.
Cincinnati had 4,000 for a rally there on Monday for their postseason. And a big crowd has filed down to the fountain. Those who could not make it in the ballpark in this sellout crowd. First home playoff game for Cincinnati baseball fans since 1995. 2-0 Phillies. Homer Bailey is out of the Reds bullpen. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ibanez. And a swing and a miss. Down he goes. Bailey back with the heat. Strikes him out. 2 punch outs in the 6th inning. An impressive fastball from Homer Bailey.
96. You see Hernandez up out of his crouch. He wanted it upstairs. Got it there. Top of the zone. And at 96, very tough to catch up to, even for a good fastball hitter.
For Reds fans who have watched this team all season long, it hardly looks like the team that won the National League Central this year. A team that made their mark defensively. And even though they led in most offensive categories, they usually make the plays. As Hamels breaks his bat, coming in is Jay Bruce. He's got it. Inning over. The Phillies strand 2. The top of the order is coming up.
And here's a double play ball hit to short. They'll go to second, get 1, on to first, and get another. A double play.
Boy, that is big time right there for the Reds.
Hamels went 8 innings, his longest postseason outing to date. As Hernandez goes down the line. That is going to go to the wall. Hernandez does not run well. Ibanez fires to second. Hernandez is in there. A double. Ramon Hernandez. A hustle double in the 7th inning with 2 away.
Well, again, even if you just get 1 runner on, you bring the tying run to the plate in this ballpark. That's something. Hernandez put a good swing on another pitch that got away from Cole Hamels, not where he wanted it. And while Hernandez chugs into second, he'll make way now for a pinch runner. Bronson Arroyo, the pitcher.
And he swings and misses. Bray stayed with a plan, went with a fastball, and a strikeout to start the 8th inning.
I believe it was the only one he saw in that sequence and went up and in with it, which made it that much more effective. Hannigan set up away. Pitch came up and in and tied him up.
And Howard looking as if he lost the grip on his bat. Bray in for just the one hitter. Dusty Baker back to the bullpen. And he waves and misses at a breaking ball. A strikeout for Massett. 2 gone in the 8th inning.
That's what makes him so effective. He's throwing 95, 96, and then he breaks out this over-the-top curveball, and it's just impossible to stay back. Good pitch by Massett. Good sequence.
Swing and a miss. Ball game over, and the Phillies complete a 3-game series sweep. Cole Hamels with a root-going 5-hit shutout, and the Philadelphia Phillies win final game, score 2-0.